computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
eRacing Grand Prix back on your screens, wherever you are around the world or around Asia. Welcome to round 3 of the eRacing Endurance Edition. Des Cork and Amo Hazik to talk you through the first hour or so, at least, of round 3 of this season. And there's a changing of the guard this season, Amo. We've Laundry House missing this week, so a chance for JMX Phantom to perhaps extend their lead to the top.
Indeed, and the fact that we have also Stratos Motorsports in the mix and MPRGP, a newcomer to the championship, but they've actually really stormed, especially given the fact they had a double win, both in Pro and Pro-Am last time out in Bathurst.
Indeed, we've got Pro and Pro-Am classes. We're in qualifying just at the moment, but let's have a look at the Kyalami circuit where we're going to be racing around today. And as for Kyalami, there's long flowing straights, plenty of overtaking opportunities, or plenty of long straights where you might grab a toe somewhere.
Indeed, out of the final corner onto Crawthorne, that will be the first main overtaking spot, but also the main choke point on the circuit, because in my experiences in doing league races, multiple cars going to that section will be bound for disaster, especially from the midfield onwards. And then you got some other corners where, for example, Sunset is a long right-hander. Maybe you can try at the next corner in Clubhouse, but apart from that, it is a tricky circuit, this one.
Yeah, just over 4.5 kilometers is this circuit. Let's talk you through the runners and riders, for want of a better word. We'll have a look at the championship standings next, and it is interesting where it's a longish season, but we're into round 3 already. JMX Phantom, as I said, are leading the way, but it's really tight between them and the absent Laundry House. But you said MPRGP coming in as well. So 1 or 2 new names in there. That's really good. Triple X in double digits as well.
Indeed, and in the Pro-Am standings, we got an even closer battle from the second place position onwards, because Team Techno have won both races so far and have been really quite dominant. And Apex Racing Brunei, we probably know that name before from E1. They've been the back marker team, but this one, they're at the front and they're mixing it. So we're hoping to see if they can break the duck and get a win here.
Yeah, very good stuff indeed. Right, back onto qualification. Mohammed Tasbi is out on the circuit at the moment. Fastest time at the moment is from a team who I know you are liking as newcomers. It's Dafi Ardiansa, car number 17, a time of 1:39.8, which is around about the practice times that we were getting.
Indeed, in fact, they've gone a 10 faster, just a 10 slower than the one they did in practice, but no doubt they're on the pace. But Presley Martono will be chasing them quite well because they don't have Russell Reyes in the stable for this one. It's going to be interesting between the two BMWs.
Okay, let's just get you back to a bit of build-up about what eRacing Endurance is all about. And we've got the previous winners where we don't have the previous winners, do we?
We're going to actually show the entry list.
Okay, entry list indeed for this year. I was trying to get a little bit historical. But the entry list, as you can see, there's 27 starters out there. Now, there's a minimum drive time. There's a maximum drive time. Can you explain the regulations for us, Amo?
So the minimum drive time is at least you have to drive 58% of among all your drivers. That's the maximum. But then you have to drive a minimum of around 35%. So you shouldn't actually be under that. Otherwise, your car will be given a time penalty. So all these guys, especially with the 4 drivers per team, they're going to have to find a way to slot in all 4 of those drivers. Okay, so learning the maths is very important as well. Again, we're just going through the list. Some new names there, Banerjee and Sudhakar from RR Sports. Rahal Racing, the Rahal brothers, I'm assuming they're there. We've got riders out of Philippines. We've got the Nakib and the Aslam brothers, of course. They'll be there or thereabouts. Stratos Motorsports. Fackrell, a single driver named there. Be interested to see what how he takes things on. There must be a second going in, I'm sure. Indeed, or probably the fact that they just changed drivers at the very last minute where another one went to another team, so they just couldn't find a driver in time. So that might be a no-show, but we'll never know as we see the final final set of drivers on the list here. Number 911 Laundry House, that's the crucial omission, but hopefully they might just turn up in the final minutes of qualifying. Yeah, we'll see on that. So they're your starters. We'll have regular updates in this endurance session. They're your starters for today. And let's get on to the qualification. We've got under 15 minutes left of qualification. We're on board with Dafa Ardiansa. He's car 17. And as you can see, we're going an anti-clockwise direction, which is rather unusual. Indeed. Not many circuits in the world are anti-clockwise, but for our championship, it's already 2 in a row because last time we were in Bathurst and that was also anti-clockwise. So the drivers are getting used to turning left more than they turn right at this point in time. Should we stay on board with Dafa and you can talk us through a flying lap? Yep, indeed. So we're just coming up to the back of the circuit now, the final sector, but I don't think he'll be able to improve. In fact, he's backed it off completely 3.7 seconds, but he's going to definitely start another round here. Okay, we'll just wait. We'll come back onto him. Let's have a look at our mate Nakib Aslam. He's out on the circuit at the moment. Car 111. Him and his brother, of course, are well known in eRacing circuits. But I'm seeing I'm not as a regular commentator as I used to be, and I'm seeing new names, which is really terrific to see. It's the next generation. When Nabil and Nakib are the veterans, you know that this is a young man's game. Indeed, and the fact that to even put that drive point home, you got Andre Cruz is only even 10, I think, just about turning 10. He's already racing in the pro category and in the number 1 car as reigning champion. So really, the age of entry is getting even younger as we go. Well, that was a young kid who was always very, very promising. You could see that from the very first time he appeared on the ERGP screens. Other names to look out for, just as we're in qualifying. It'll really get interesting probably in the last 7 or 8 minutes of qualifying. At the moment, Dafa Ardiansa is still leading, car number 17. The BMW's looking pretty good at the moment. Let's go on board with Marco Wong, car number 33, Z Challenger Racing ERGP. A lap time, so he's P3 at the moment, Marco. Yep, 6,500s behind, so he's not that far off. He just needs to nail another lap here. But we got to this point in time where at the midpoint of the session it's kind of like going into a bit of a lull, but towards the end it may get faster. So we're just seeing really fast lap time set early, but for the time being, Marco Wong looks as though he might try another one next lap. One of the things I like about Kyalami, there is elevation. The older circuits do have the up and down. That's something that you've got to negotiate as well. The braking sometimes a little bit later as Marco just pulls out of that particular battle. Presley Martono is the championship leader. He's in the pits at the moment. So Dafi Ardiansa is out there. Right, Dafi. And he's improved at 39.6. 2/10 faster now. So he managed to find time somewhere and he went 1/10 faster than he did in practice. Okay, so now he pulls off the circuit. Alexis Tlapano is the best of the Pro-Ams that we saw. He's from NN Racing, the Philippines. They're in the Lamborghini, which always has a nice little grunt to it as it goes past. Even in eRacing channels, there's a lovely bellow to that engine. And a nice air intake on top of the engine as well, just to give it extra air. As we are looking at on board there for a second, coming through the mine shaft, and now we are through the crocodile. So let's see how Alexis can get improved right now. He's about 2/10 up from his previous time, so he will tentatively go up to P7 overall if he can actually just nail the final sector.
P9 at the moment. See the pit lane.
Minus corner then.
Strong left as he comes down the hill. Alexis Clepano, P10 at the moment, and then he improves, as you said, up to P7, just outside the 140 mark, which will be the best of the Pro-Ams. Again, let's just focus on the Pro-Ams. Harsono is P2 at the moment. Felix Jung for Passionate Racing in the BMW. Now, the BMs seem to be the car of choice for the drivers today, but you reckon that this is a Porsche circuit?
Indeed, and the fact that we have a lack of Porsches, which means that we have to go for the next best one, incidentally, are the BMWs, because it's been the car of choice even in multiple championships anyway, so it's looking rather ominous for those who are not driving BMWs today, Des.
Okay, well, Felix Jung, he's P3 in the Pro-Am category. Daffy Ardianza still holding the way as we come down to the final 10 minutes of qualification, round 3 of the eRGP Endurance Series. Who else would you like to look for? Who else do you think can actually trouble the leaderboards? As we said, Laundry House aren't there, and they're normally such a dominant group. What about Mohammed Tasbi from Singapore, from Amigos Racing Team? How are they looking?
We're not seeing anything so far. They're not improving at all just yet. But I'm trying to be interested in car number 2, because that's Rialto Ristofani, the winners last time out in Bathurst. They haven't actually been in the qualifying sessions just yet. 8/10s off. And, well, looking to improve in the final 10 minutes or so.
Well, here is Ristofani. MPRGP, too many consonants there. Nice little slide around the sharp right. Oh, that's abuse of track limits, and yes, we'll abort this lap, I feel. Is that just him trying to put in a flying lap a little bit too early? He's got himself up into P6, 8/10 down on the pole sitter.
Yeah, he left himself high and dry there, unfortunately, so he was trying to find the limits, but he went overboard. Now he's going to have to do one more laborious lap around the circuit and get to do another flying lap.
Okay, track temperatures, 28 degrees as we look. No wind, track conditions, optimum, all lovely sunshine now, but of course we've got double timing. So for this correspondent at least, let's hope for a little bit of rain. It does make life very interesting.
Well, it's just a 1 in 28 chance that would happen, of course, and we rarely ever see rain in Kyalami. But apart from that 1 year, 1993 in F1, of course, it had a deluge, which literally disrupted the races, and people just went off towards the end of that one.
The Oracle is back. Well done, my friend. I forgot your amazing capacity to draw up from the memory bank. Right then, let's go on board with Ristofani. I suspect this will be a flying lap attempt, and talk us through the lap, Amo.
Right, so he's on the start-finish straight there. A bit of a kink that's already considered as turn 1 in the Crothon. Watch for the marker there, about 100 meters. Go into second gear or first, depending on the car. Open up the exit on the outside to turn 3 and 4, the Just K sweep, and up to barbecue, turn 5. And now we're on to Sunset Bend. It's a bit of a short straight, but this is the only part of the circuit in Kyalami that has remained from the earlier version of this track, which went up to the suburbs on our right after this. But this is the modern day version of the circuit. It's still quite a challenge either way. Sunset Bend, former turn 1 on the old Kyalami circuit. Open out the outside. This time he keeps it in, so he actually is now within track limits and still on his flying lap. Through Clubhouse, again, use up all the exits possible, not to touch the grass. Run onto the curb, that's what you want to do. And eat up the cone on the inside on the left and right through the X's. This looks like a bit like the S's from Watkins Glen, but it's just much more deeper compared to that because it's actually a big drop from one side. And then the climb up to turn number 10 here. And most importantly, you need to get the exit right because it actually is compromising your lap if you actually get a wheel spin there. And onto the mine shaft. It's a big drop here. Keep it flat through turn 12. 5th gear, 6th gear, depending on the car again. The Ferrari, I think, will be about around 5th gear. Then up to the Crocodiles, turn number 12. So looks good so far. He didn't use as much of the exit as I would think, but I think it would just be enough for him to get a bit of time. Then through the ski jump, I would like to call it a cheetah because those cars literally can jump if you touch that sausage curb. Now through turn number 16, Ingve, and onto the start-finish straight. He's using all the exit, but still, I think it's not going to be an improvement. It would just be still keeping him in P6.
Yeah, P6, 8/10 down. Great flying lap there from Amo Hazik. Just 6.5 minutes remaining. Dafi Ardianta remains out in pole position for DAFA AB in the BMW. A best time of 1:39.6. His last lap time of 1:42.017. Is he just acclimatizing? Do you think he's got another big lap left in him?
I'll be very surprised if he does, because remember, we are actually BOPing these cars quite a lot, especially with success ballast. But having said that, these cars, especially cars that have not competed in the first two rounds, don't have ballast. So Dafa Adiansa is actually using that quite well to his advantage, and he might be looking good here for the race.
Okay, there he goes through the start-finish line. We'll keep half an eye on how he's doing. Now then, the championship leader, Presley Martono for JMX Phantom. They have been the surprise package. No, not the surprise package. They've been an emerging package over several seasons, although he's using track limits to its extreme there. But it looks like he's just trying to take that 2/10 back off Dafi Ardiansa.
Yeah, it would be quite tough to do so with quite a few kilos of ballast in the car as well, because it is a holdover from the previous round.
Success ballast, yeah?
Yeah, success ballast to bring over from the previous round. But thing is, it's not as heavy as he would have actually been not liking, so at least the car would not be too hampered by it.
He's also in a great vein of form. 5:01 to go, P2 for him at the moment, as he's coming into the notoriously difficult latter part of the lap, so-called crocodile.
And then up to Cheetah Bend, or there you can see that sausage curb, and I like to call it the ski jump, because the cars literally take to the air if you hit it wrong, so you wouldn't want to hit those, and Presley has taken note of that. He is now readying himself up for another lap.
Yeah, he's another lap. That's not going to improve his P2 time, which is a time of 1:39.8. 1:39.89, stays in P2. Tasby's there, Nakib Aslan right then. Stratos Motorsports, Nakib, P7 at the moment. I always have in my mind that Nakib's a very ordinary qualifier. He very often leaves his best work for the race itself, and leaves a little bit desired sometimes. Not all the time, of course, but inconsistent in his qualification over a number of years.
Yeah, but at least the saving grace for him is the fact that there's no points in qualifying for the last couple of seasons, so it does save his bacon a bit. He's going to have to focus more on the race. Last time I met this, though, he really had a wild one. He was trying to overtake drivers left, right, and center. He pulled some off, but then other times he also whacked the barriers out of it.
Still P7, 800ths down on Ristofani. Nabis is there. Who else down at the bottom? Imran Zuhaili. How about your old mate?
Yeah, not having the best of sessions, I would say, but probably, again, it's a car that's focusing on race. But that time of 41 flat, that is actually pretty much on pace what we're doing, but we wanted to be in the 40s. Let's see if he could do it in the final 3 minutes that remain after this.
Blue Steel Racing, Amo Hazik is part of that team. Imran is currently P17 at the moment. We'll stick on with him just for a moment. Nobody's really pushing big times at the moment.
Yeah, we're going into that lull period, but since we're going to go into the final 3 minutes after this, that's probably when we're going to see a lot of drivers banging those fast times. And not to say the least, Dafa Adiansa, who will no doubt be looking to extend his lead after this.
Okay, let's indeed go talk to, or look on, Dafa for Dafa AB. Nice livery, good choice of liveries, BMW. Looking very powerful, nice squat look on the surface as the Helicam takes us around this long sweeping sunshine right-hand corner.
At the sunset bend, no less. But we're not in the setting sun just yet. We're probably going to have night time by the time the race enters its final hour. But for Dafa, part of the DFS FR team, yeah, that's the official team name, because that's basically the initials of him and his co-driver Fali Rahman. They're not affiliated to any team whatsoever, but they will no doubt be ones to watch out for. And if they do perform well here, who knows, a team might just snap them up for the next round.
Launches himself down the hill. This time a 1:39.6. It's inside 2 minutes for qualification. Right, Presley Martono is in the pits. So he's not going to improve his time. Marco Wong is out there.
A 10 faster.
He is a 10th faster, isn't he? Let's stick with Marco Wong.
And incidentally, he's right behind Adianza, so he's not going to get any slipstream or being hampered by the car in front of him, but no doubt, he is actually looking quite ominously quick.
As he comes through, Marco Wong.
A bit of a mistake through the final corner there, that wastes about a 10th, and there's no improvement. He was, or in fact, slight improvement, but that shimmy out of the final corner did really hurt his final time.
Okay, who else? Ristofani is quick out there in the easy-to-spot purple livery.
I quite like the livery, not gonna lie. It looks pretty much like a manta ray if it's under the hot sun for a while, but he is actually going hot right now. Oh, time's lost there a bit. He was up by a 10th. Now he's back to being a 10th faster.
Okay, so he's a 10th faster. What does he need? Yeah, a 10th would be good enough to get ahead of Tasby for P4. No, it wouldn't. Yeah, it would for P5 ahead of Tasby.
But it would be needed to be more than a 10th because it's about one 100th of a 10th to actually get by him. So, and the fact that I think Ali Khairuddin may have jumped the both of them right now. Oh no, in fact he's been in front there, 4 tenths behind. So he just needs to get in front of Tasby and then he'll be good to go here. Or does he? Looks as though he's going to line one up for one more lap, Des.
Well, he's going to be right on the limit. He's going to go through the start-finish line with about 10 seconds to go. So Rialto Ristofani is out on the circuit at the moment. Wasn't able to improve on P6, but this will be a flying lap for Ristofani. Most others have given up the ghost. Ristofani is out there, as is Daffy Ardianza, but Daffa's down quite a bit.
I'll be very surprised if he could pull this off, but having said that, he's already a 10th up through the first sector on his personal best, so we have to see whether or not this could be pulled off. He's lost a bit of time on the straight itself, so maybe he's gotten that good exit but just couldn't power it on the straight. He might have changed a bit of wing on the way, but
nice and tight, nice and neat.
Yep, but for the time being, it looks as clean as he whistled.
This is Rialto Ristofani, P6 at the moment. ERGP qualifying session. The time is over, but if you're on that last lap, you can complete the lap, and that's exactly what we're seeing with Ristofani here.
Oof. Camera's gone a bit wonky there for a second, but we finally get him on our screen. 0.2 of a second up. This would be good enough to go up to P5 at least, but if he wants to actually be close as possible to chief championship rival now, because after the win last time in Bathurst, Presi Martono, he's going to have to pull something out of the bag by 0.6.
Again, the camera sweeps around to follow him into the intricate right, left. Little kink.
Oh, that's it. That's the end of it.
Blown it.
Oh, that's a real shame. And, well, after pole position last time out in Bathurst, he's going to have to concede now a P6 position for this race in Kyalami.
So that is our pole sitter, Daffy Ardianza. And he is looking in pretty good nick, Daffy.
Indeed.
I know you've liked him. You mentioned him to me off air earlier on. As we just have a...
Yep, we're waiting for the session to start, but we can see the times on the left-hand side of the screen there. 0.2 of a second, that's a statement of intent for a couple of guys who are not out of the job per se, but they are not part of any affiliations at the moment. So that really is a big statement of intent.
Okay, so the qualification session has ended. No laundry house, which makes things a little less complicated, because they normally go out, they cause problems. I think you're always aware of the turquoise cars going around and the pressure that they will do. So this is now very much a Southeast Asia battle in round 3.
Indeed, with 2 Indonesian teams up in front, and then we have a Hong Kong team sandwiched between a Malaysian team behind and then the Singaporean team. So 4 different nationalities in the top 5 there. That is going to be quite a tasty grid. Very
interesting in that Harsono got himself as the very best of the Pro-Ams ahead of Alexis Clapano, who's the leader in that particular category. So we've got a competition there as well. It's all GT3s today. No GT4s, which we've had in the past, but all GT3s. But there's 2 categories, the Pro-Am and the Professional. And that means they're not significantly slower either. So there's no GT4 obstacles and hurdles to overcome.
Indeed, and no such troubles with GT3s being disrespectful to GT4s. It's just a matter of how well you can overtake those guys when it comes to the crunch. And for sometimes you have situations where the AM guys are actually trying to overtake the pro guys. So that will be an interesting scenario, especially here when overtaking is at a premium at times.
Okay, we're down to 3 minutes before the session starts. Des Cork alongside Amo Hazik. It's round 3 of the ERGP endurance season. And new names coming on board. New circuit for me, Kyalami. First time seeing it. I'm liking it very much. It's nice and flowy. But the drivers, of course, have been practicing on it. Who's been practicing most this week? Who's been out there on the circuit?
I think all the teams have got at least a lap also around the circuit, because we had a practice server up before this, and all the teams actually who are here today had a run. So at least we know that they're not rusty here.
Okay.
So we're looking at Harsono, the Pro-Am pole sitter. He only was about 100th up on Clapano, so that's going to be a bit of slight psychological blow for the Filipino guys to know that they had it there. But unfortunately, the Indonesian car once again strikes, and that was the winner last time out in Pro-Am as well. So they're looking in good nick as well.
It is a beautiful sight. The real cars, albeit with the virtual cars that we have here. The GT3s look fearsome. The circuit looks great.
Indeed. And
right, a couple of questions coming in. Alexis Clapano, the maximum stint time. Let's just remind the guys of the rules, Amo.
Yep, it's a 58% maximum stint time, so you cannot go over the driving limit. But at the same time, there's also a minimum driving limit of around 35 to 40%. Now, they couldn't go under or over both of those times, so they're gonna keep it up to a certain extent. They just want to not exceed those times.
We're having a look at the grid there, and you can see it. It's Presley Martono is in P2. He's the JMX. What are we calling that? Gold and blue? It's not old wolves. It's old gold, isn't it?
It's orange at best, but I like the tinge of blue that they have on the back with black, because that gradient is just, it looks very nice under a certain setting, like under a light.
And in P3 you've got Chris Tang. Alongside him, Ali Khairudin. And Ali Khairudin has kind of sneaked into the reckoning as well.
Yep, and it's a 70 stint time, so at least stint time is different from the actual driving duration. That's the 58% that we mentioned about. But the stint time, 70, that's 70 minutes per stint, so they cannot exceed that.
Maximum.
Otherwise, yep, that's the maximum stint time they will have to do.
Okay, 24 seconds until start. We are all just about set. Amo fiddles around with the the controls.
Yep, it's a bit of a stretch, but well, we got it in there. Now we can go back into the race. We got 9 seconds left to go here. So then, I don't want to put any predictions into the race, because again, endurance, it's a completely different ball game, because qualifying doesn't mean that much, because we saw over the past weekend during the Spa 24 that the cars that were qualifying in the top 5 didn't even make it to the top 10 by race end.
Well, Daffy was off. Was he off prematurely?
Well, it's a warm-up lap, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He just wanted to get the car away as soon as possible. We can see on our second screen that he's smiling a bit. Probably he is listening to the commentary, or the fact that he got off a bit too quickly. But whatever it is, he won't be penalized for that.
Okay, Presley Martono is behind him. Chris Tang, Ali Khairudin is in P4. We'll go back a little bit. Tasby, well, I've always liked Tasby. There's in the blue livery. Behind him, you've got Damano Hasnam. Nakib Aslam in the Stratos green. Then Aldo Balagulan. He's down in P8 in the first of the Audis. Car 730. Behind him, Harsono, the first of the Pro-Ams. Alexis Clapano will be right on his tail. Always liked Alexis. He's been very quick ever since the first Filipino championship that we had back in 2020.
It's been over 3 years. God, it feels like a decade ago now.
It does, doesn't it? Well, there's been that many races. Then you've got Malik alongside Alexis Clapano.
And don't mind the names at the bottom of the screen, because the transponders are still trying to pick up who's driving. So we had that situation just now. We see is Jin Mesvilde, but I think it's Tasby behind the wheel, according to our timing screen. So we'll wait and see until they just suss itself out.
Blue Steel Racing, Imran Zuhaili with the first stint. It's a 4-hour race. This is the formation lap. And And then we're about halfway through this formation lap. Daffy, we can see him on the screen. We might be able to put him on an inset here in a short while, but he's looking fairly composed, fairly comfortable.
Yep. He could afford to crack a bit of a smile in between. We saw just now how he felt. Probably he just jumped the start a bit for the formation lap, but apart from that, everything looks good for him. 2/10 faster in qualifying. He looks as though he's set for a race win here, unless of course the race plays its own ugly hand, but that's 4 hours away to the end.
Right from the front to the back, that's Danny Afandi. Wylab eRacing and Kent Lau is one behind him.
And you can see this car has an interesting color. If you look at it from the outside, it's basically the Marlboro colors with the chevrons and everything, but they replaced the Marlboro with Team Uncle. There it is. Cheeky little sponsorship plug there, but it's a nice car, and it's on a Ferrari no less.
Okay, right, we're just getting ready for what will be a rolling start. Daffy, having got pole position, he's the man who can control the mood of everybody. President Martona will be looking anxiously to his left.
And yep. Incidentally, Dafa will be looking to his right and see where his Presley is. But pole position on the left is actually important. He can have the line through turn 1.
Okay, we are about to get underway. The 4-hour race, round 3 of the ERGP season. Single file as they come down the line as Daffy waits and waits and waits.
Green light, give it all you can.
And we are underway. Daffy Ardianta gets off to a nice solid start. Behind him, Ali Khairudin just flips in 3 abreast as they come into this first corner, which is a sharp left-hander. And that's pretty tight there. And I tell you, Presley Martona has just been eased out by Chris Tang. And Chris Tang has moved himself up into P2. That's a nice little move there by Tang.
Indeed, and Sang with a very nice start. In fact, he looked like he had a better run out of the start-finish line compared to Presley Martona. And Martona really got jumped on the start there. So he's going to have to make it up now towards the end of this first lap.
Okay, so Sang has made a terrific start. So too, as we expected, Daffy Ardianta, but BMW 1, 2 and 3. Ristofani also off to a good start. He's got himself up a couple of places into P4. Naqib Aslam, P6.
Yep, and Ristofani again, we know how fast he could be, so really it's quite a surprise to see him not qualify so well, but looks as though race paces might be his main focus here.
Ristofani, we can see him in the purple livery in P4. Comes in front of Ali Khairudin. PRGP, this is the opening lap, so obviously it's a bit of a procession at the moment. Everyone's behaving pretty nicely. Everyone's deciding, let's just get the lines first. It's a long old race. Let's not get any mechanical problems or contact in this first lap.
Indeed, I'm surprised that there was no contact in the first corner as well, because
that's congested, wasn't it?
Yeah, because that's normally a choke point where a lot of drivers will come a cropper, but amazingly, every single driver from both classes, 27 of them, went through safely.
Daffy Ardianta has the lead. BMW 1, 2, 3 and 5. Naqib Aslan in P6. It's for Stratos Motorsports. And they've got a bit of a lead there from Jinmas Filton. Very, very early days. The second of the Ferraris is just trailing, and this first 6 look like they're just trying to ease away in the early laps. Samo, it's as we say, it's a long time to go. You can't win a race in the first hour, but you can certainly lose it.
Absolutely, lose it big time as well. You might think that you have a lot of time in an endurance race, but sometimes it feels like an elongated sprint. You really don't want to make any mistakes. You just want to keep the car out of trouble and just not bin it. Unlike what happened to Aulia Wafi Priyanatha, car 88 looks as though he just spun it out of turn 1 and right at back in the field.
Let's have a look indeed, yeah. If I can dig into him. Yeah, he's a long way down. He's over 2.8 seconds down, working very hard to get back into things.
Yeah, that's a bit of a disappointing start for the MPRGP. The one of the 4 MPRGP cars in this race, incidentally. Might have been involved in a collision somewhere, but he's going to have a lot of work to do here to get back into the train.
As we were just saying, you can't win the race, but that certainly doesn't help you. If he's looking for a top 10 position, he's going to have to work very, very hard indeed.
Well, we have another driver coming proper here, because I saw the car number 730 just lost a couple of positions, and looks as though it's just a tag team work with the MPRGP cars jumping ahead of him.
Well, it was Joshua Nablus from Rd3 Racing. Oh, look how tight it is going into that corner. Two abreast at the moment.
And one of those guys making the move was car number 69, Renali Vijaja. He made a move on his fellow countryman, Nava Setyawan, so he jumped ahead through the final corner. That's not normally an area where you want to overtake, but he got it done anyway. Nablus then trying to challenge Harsono here.
Nablus 3 abreast, just ahead of them.
Look at how many purple cars in between. You know that's actually one of the MPRGP cars, and that's a Team Techno car on the inside.
Bego Racing just being able to hold on. There is contact there.
Yeah,
that's contact between P10 and P11. Vidaja got in there, but Aza is not happy with that.
Well, in fact, it's actually Setyawan and Vishnu, and that time around Vishnu, I think, managed. Oh no, he didn't. Setyawan actually just fought it off and just stayed ahead of him.
Let's go on board with Vishnu. That's the battle that's going on in the middle of the group at the moment. The Ferrari and the BMW, they've come into contact a couple of times as they come up the hill. These little kinks in the Kyalami circuit, they make overtaking difficult, but you can get into a better line coming into the corner, and then they come down the hill.
Yep, absolutely. And the fact that some of the curbs here are quite raised, so you wouldn't want to hit it at a wrong angle, otherwise we end up like last year when Andika Rama Maulana took out Fahad Ghafoor while battling for the lead of the race. So hardly it's been over a year ago, but that did happen back then, and the drivers certainly know full well that the curbs here are absolutely vicious. With case in point, the ski jump here.
This is you've rechristened this, haven't you? You call it the ski jump. You've decided that that's what it's going to be called. So we better tell the Kyalami circuit that things have changed.
Absolutely, we can call ourselves landscapers after this.
Daffy Ardianta is still the man leading. Head of Sang, Presley Martono, Ristofani, Ali Karudin and Naqib Aslam.
Well, the lead group are breaking away slightly, the first two, and then a second group from 3rd to 5th with Martono, Ristofani and Karudin involved. Naqib's still in contact, but second behind, but he knows that full well he mustn't lose contact with these guys, otherwise it will be a long race. Yeah,
that is that lead group that you were just talking about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Naqib is hanging on there. Car 111. Easy to pick out. First 6 minutes, largely uneventful, other than Daffy Ardianta getting off to a great start, as predicted by you. Chris Tang getting a leap over Presley Martono for P2. And these first 6 are breaking away. Jinmas Filton it is who's actually in the car in P6, and Jin didn't do the qualification. Is that a difficult transition to make? If you're not in qualification, you're suddenly in for the race?
It's a bit hard actually, because you rather like in football where you want to actually have your guy who's been playing the first 2 halves. Well, actually there's only 2 halves of course, but he's in the rhythm of the game. So to have a guy who didn't do the qualifying and start the race, he will have to find going tough at first. But if he actually settles into a rhythm, he can actually just go slog it away and just pass it back to the driver who's more than ready to take over from him.
He's a little bit isolated at the moment though. He's 2 seconds adrift of Naqib Aslam, but 2 seconds clear of Alexis Clapano, who is the best of the Pro-Am racers. So there's already some groups splitting up. There's Jim Masvilt and Amigos Racing, and right behind him you've got Alexis Clapano for NN Racing, the best of the Pro-Ams, who's got himself ahead of Felix Jung.
Yep, Jung has actually made a good start there, and I don't know what happened to Harsono at the start, but Harsono really got shafted out. He started on pole position, mind you, in the Pro-Am category. Now he's fallen to P6 in class, so he hasn't had the best of first 6 minutes, 8 minutes of this race. But regardless, we can tell that Harsono probably has fine in belly to just do better after this.
There is Marco Harsono. Easy to pick out. Oh, I love the liveries. You guys have done a great job. Doesn't look like he's in any trouble, but yeah, you're quite right. He must have made a mistake, must have gone wide. There was a real bunching of cars 2 laps or so ago. And Harsono seems to be the man who's suffered most from that.
Although it has to be said that despite being on pole in class, he might have been on the outside of the starting grid for that one, so he might have been actually crowded out at that point. So he didn't have the luxury of what Daffy Ardianta had at the front.
Line seems to be such an important component in Kyalami.
Absolutely, especially if you're at the start again. if you're on the inside, fantastic. You don't have to worry about being overtaken or lunged to, but you just have to hold your line afterwards. And for Hasono, he didn't have that luxury. That's why he was crowded out.
Well, these front two, Ardiansa and Chris Tang, as they come into the home straight, this will complete 5 laps for them. His last lap was a 1:41.1, which was his best lap of the race so far. As the fuel load dissipates, Daffy will be improving, you suspect, time on time. 70 minutes maximum shift time. He's in a team of 2, isn't he, Daffy?
Yes, indeed, with Fadli Rahmat, another one of those comm operators out of Indonesia. But again, both of these guys are proverbially out of the job, but they'll no doubt be scouted right now with this kind of performance.
Well, we go down to Naki Baslan in P6. We've shown this a couple of times before. This front 6 have split into 3 groups of 2. There's a second between each of the groups, and you can just see that gap is getting a little bit further. The difference in lap times, 1:41.1 for Dafa Ardiansa, 1:44.4 for Naki Baslan. So 3/10, you multiply that over 10 laps, suddenly gaps begin to appear.
And speaking of gaps, something happened to the number 12 Blue Steel Racing car. It looks as though Imran Zahali has actually wiped the barriers. He had to wait for a whole load of cars to come through, and he has fallen out to the back of the grid. So unfortunately, something happened to the Blue Steel car, probably a collision.
Oh dear, Amo.
Yeah, that's not a foreboding way to start a race, isn't it? And it's happened again, unfortunately, because like last time I battled this, it was due to an incident with the number 730 Veloce car when Aldo Malagula whacked at him. And look at that, that's a lot of damage to the front of that car.
That is a lot. That may necessitate a pit stop earlier than you anticipated. There's 27 different storylines to follow. That's the joy of it, and of course they're not all wonderful. Alexis Lopano, though, is trying to make a wonderful storyline, because he's right on the back there of Jinmas Vilton, trying to get a toe down the hill. That's not going to happen on this occasion, but Jinmas Vilton certainly under pressure for P7.
Indeed, and again, it just goes back to the point of, if you're feeling already hot through qualifying and ready to go for the race, you might want to put the driver who's already in rhythm with that session to go to the race. But Mas Vilton looks as though he's not warmed up just yet.
But he's 6 laps in. How many laps do you need?
The whole stint may be worth it. Maybe half an hour, I guess, at best. Some drivers acclimatize better than others, but it looks as though Mas Vilton probably hasn't really gotten to grips with the car just about yet.
To be fair, he's pulling away from Alexis Lopano. Lopano was right on his back wheel, but suddenly it's changed just a little bit. Who else is making fast times? Darryl Brady. Well, we saw Aulia Wafiq crash out. He was right at the very back at one stage, Aulia. He's got himself up now into P21, which is an impressive scenario.
Yeah, he had to overtake a fellow pro car in the form of Danny Afandi in the wide lap car. That's a position in class, so that's important for his championship stakes. But then he overtook 4 other Pro-Am cars, so really he's making a lot of ground despite the car not looking visibly damaged. So maybe it was just a mistake. He managed to not hit anything. And
he's closing up on the 6 Pro-Am cars ahead of him. Darryl Brady and Sufyan Saeed are immediately ahead of him. I'm keeping half an eye on what's going on in front of him. There's no change up at the front, although Ristofani is putting good lap times in. But Wafiq is driving pretty well for MP RGP, who I know is a team who you've already raised as potential newcomers to look out for.
Indeed, kind of surprise package. Yeah, they have actually raced a couple of times prior to this in previous seasons, but not as flashy as it is now. They really have turned up the wick.
Well, he's not close enough to get in on the back of Brady or Saeed, so we'll come back and visit Wafiq at a later time. Instead, let's go back to Daffy, and Daffy is beginning to make a charge away. Daffy ahead of Chris Tang, and Daffy is posting some lap times. He's inside the 1:41s now. He was 2/10 quicker than Chris Tang on his last lap. In fact, he was 4/10 quicker than Chris Tang, so he's really putting his foot to the motor.
Indeed, he's broken to the 40s for the first time this race, and that is pretty much calling pace right there. So 40.8 last time out for Dafa Ardiansa, with Sang a 41 flat. So that's okay. Last time out was a 41.2, but you get the idea. 4/10s faster, as you said. it looks as though Dafa is turning up the wick here too.
Certainly is. We are just coming up to a quarter of an hour into this 4-hour race. It's an early statement of intent by third place in the overall championship, Dafa.
Or rather, newcomers to this championship, but and in fact, first two right now are newcomers for this round. So incidentally, they are actually going to have to deal with the final 3 rounds here with no drop round to deal with. So that's one way to do it.
It certainly is. Not an easy way, but one way to do it. There is Chris Tang, who is leading Presley Martono, who's got Rialto Ristofani coming through. They've just started lap number 9 for each of them. And the real battle, I think, there is the battle for P2. Coming in just around the corner is Tang, Z Challenger Racing, ERGP. Presley Martono, I've enjoyed watching Presley over the summers, over the various challenges. A real racer who's adapting to sim racing rather than the other way around, isn't it?
Yeah, because you have that kind of thing where real drivers, when they come over to a sim, they sort of become a bit overwhelmed by it because they don't have that sensation to drive like IRL. But Presley is actually taking like a duck to water in this case. He's really one of the fastest real-world racers in sim right now.
Although he's under pressure from Rialto Ristofani. Ristofani, a best lap time of 1:41.335. Sorry, a best lap of 1:41.1. His last lap 1:41.3. So if you're consistently lapping in the low 1:41s, not bad. Daffy Ardianta, a 1:41.0 last time out. And he's not been able to get away, Daffy. It looked like he was, but I think the race craft of the 3 guys immediately behind him has just rather reduced the lead for Daffy Ardianta.
Yeah, maintaining that a bit. He's keeping tabs on the other guys. 1.3 seconds in front of Sang, but it looks as though, in fact, 1.4 seconds now. But it looks as though that Dafa may have actually gotten the upper hand on them, so he's probably gotten the gap up. Now he's just managing the race there.
Okay, we had a little look at Olio Wafik earlier on. It looked like he was making time up on Darrell Brady, but Darrell Brady isn't. In fact, Darrell Brady is the man who's made a move there. And Darrell Brady, I think, has taken a place on Sopian Saeed. There is Brady alongside Sopian.
Yeah, it's actually a run for P9. It's towards the end of the top 10. So this is crucial then for points, as Saeed then still holds the outside, goes narrow, and blocks off Brady. That's a good defensive move there. So Brady didn't have anywhere to go that time.
And that allows Wafik to come in and chase him. So if you're racing ahead of you, let's keep an eye on that battle in front. That's Brady versus Sopian, which is the Pro-Am Championship. And Wafik is in the Pro class. And he's wanting them to race and race so he can get the opportunity to overtake.
But it also becomes with a double-edged sword because he doesn't want to actually get involved in that battle and lose more time. So what he would love for them is to actually just whack each other out, just take the pieces. But now he's going to have to do it the hard way by overtaking both battling drivers.
Well, let's have a look at Sopian Saeed. He's the man who came under real pressure. Sir Crew and Race Tick is his team.
And there, case in point there. Saeed trying to defend narrow again. Brady on the inside and Priyanatha behind both of them. So now it's very hard for him to overtake because both of them are battling hard.
Olia is the man just asking Sopian to make a mistake. Camera, there we catch him.
Oh, just about the end when Brady goes on the inside.
Brady goes wide.
Yep, he went in too hard. Now it's Priyanatha's chance to get in front of him.
Good battle. In the race itself, this is for P19. But in the different categories, it's for slightly better than that. But tell you what, Sopian Saeed looks like he's held off the threat just there. So has Darrell Brady. And Olia will be chasing them.
Good defensive driving from Sopian, I'm not going to lie. I have to admit, I thought he was a little bit aggressive at first, but to his credit, he didn't actually pull off any dirty tricks to hold the position. But now he's going to have to do it all over again because he made a mistake through turn 1. Brings a couple of people back to play as Ariadi Vishnu goes off into the barriers on the outside. That's bringing 2 MPRGP cars together.
Okay, Alia, P20. Brady moves down the outside, but the line is good for Sopian.
going to have to block it off, and which he does, because sometimes you can actually sneak it up the clubhouse if you're really not careful. And Brady, again, might be feeling very frustrated that he could be faster than this guy, but he just couldn't get by him properly.
Well, this has been ongoing for quite a while. And these are 4 seconds down on P17. Dharma.
Yep, another one of the... Well, it's not a new team, but it's one of the brand new drivers for this round. And Priyanatha, again, is just watching brief. He doesn't want to do anything hasty and not do an overtaking maneuver that would send all 3 of them into the barriers.
Okay, that battle will continue.
But we'll just stay on this one, because look at that, Brady's on the inside.
And Brady this time, oh, he's not been able to push through, but twice in a row, Brady has had a pop on that same corner, and twice in a row Sopian Saeed has defended. And now look at that, Olia comes through on the inside, and Brady is the recipient of contact, and we have got a man coming through, and we have got a new man in P19, Wafik Priyanatha.
And P9 in pro class as well, so that was actually for points in his class. And for Brady, he might be thinking, where the hell did he come from to actually do that kind of maneuver? So yeah, he just had to get himself up as we have another car off. That looks like a Yen Racing. Sopian goes off as well. He nearly hits him. Wow, that is 3 different things happening at one go. And in between that, one guy has actually lost out big time.
Sopian is still now just coming around the corner. That was a big mistake by Sopian. And so there's going to be an awful lot of changes. But the end result is that Olia Wafik has got himself both ahead of Brady, and Edwin Law has come in and taken advantage of all the confusion that was going on there. Edwin Law for Raiden Esports Racing.
Now, he was the one that caused that particular kerfuffle, because he actually hit the curb as well, spun out, and nearly hit the side of Darryl Brady. So in between all of that, Priyanatha gained 4 different positions in one go. So that's good racecraft. He just bided his time, didn't really want to get involved in any of the nonsense, and got himself away scot-free.
That's nicely done, and these 2 are away. Brady is following there, Al-Yadi, and Sopian drops down to P22. Right, let's go back up to the front. Dafi Ardianta has once again made a move. By the way, use the trademark kerfuffle. Alex Young trademark, got to mention that every time you use the word.
Okay, can we use fracas after this?
Fracas, splendid word.
Well, that's one way to put it there, and then Raiden just caused a whole can of worms to open up, but luckily no big issue happening there, and no yellow flags that had to be waved.
The lead for Ardianta over Tsang, 2 minutes.
2 seconds, yes.
2 seconds, 2 minutes, yes, 2 seconds.
2.4 now between Sun and Sung, so he actually has gone even faster than before. So okay, fastest lap was 40.8, but he's still 3/10 faster per lap than Chris Sung. So Sung has no answer to the guy in front of him, even though both have no ballast to carry. It looks as though Dafa has gotten the car up to a T.
Certainly does. The BMW is the car of choice. Chris Sang said Challenger Racing. He's under pressure from Martono. So those front 4 haven't changed dramatically since the start of the race. We had a change in the from the qualification standings. Martono was in P2, he was dropped down to P3. Sang came from 3 to 2, but otherwise it's been as we were right the way through. Nakib Aslam still chasing Ali Khairudin down in P6. Nakib lapping regularly in the mid 141, so a little bit down, both of these guys on the pace set by the front 2.
Yeah, it's quite daunting, isn't it, to see that BMWs are ruling the roost here all the way through the top 10. We have 6 of them in the top 10 overall, and to be in the car choice, and the fact that the championship leaders are all driving in BMWs as well, it's just, your heart sinks, doesn't it? Even though they have ballast, they're still fast.
Now, something's happened to Jim Musvilton. He was in P7, but he's lost a couple of places to the Pro-Am racers, Alexis Clapano and Felix Young.
And he's only about 1.8 seconds in front of Rinaldi Wijaja, so he's going to have to watch his mirrors now that there's fast approaching Pro-Am guys behind him as well. Again, it just cuts back to the point of whether or not Tasby should have started the race.
And both are experienced racers, they know what they're doing, so they clearly thought about it, but it doesn't seem to have worked for Jin Musvilton, for the Singaporean pairing.
Indeed. And, well, at this lap at least, he's gained about a couple of tenths up on the guy behind. So 2.1 seconds now. Probably, again, taking a while to settle in. I did say half an hour to get really into the race as there's an overtaking maneuver there. Irfan on Nabus.
Yeah, Mohammed Irfan's done brilliantly.
And he's been performing well as well in the Global Edition races. He'll be happy to find that the cars are more modern compared to the GT3s in Inset the Corsa. ACC has more up-to-date cars. That's a very good move to go up to P12 overall. Now he's chasing after his teammates. In fact,
Setiawan, yeah. Nabas has dropped down. He overtook Nabas, so he's actually in P12, I think, Irfan.
Yep. This is in the team battle now between the two Team Techno cars.
So the two Audis behind each other, two Team Techno cars in front of each other, and Vijaya just in front of them. What's going on? Loving the battles going on in the middle of the group.
Indeed. Kyalami is just really good for that, isn't it? Because there's a lot of good racing to be had on this circuit. It's a shame that Formula 1 have not considered coming here just yet. But we'd love to see Formula 1 cars power around here. But in GT cars, it's always good to have battles all the way around. And we're going to have another one here with Napos now having to fend off Azar in the Apex Brunei car.
There is Azar, looking really nice. More like the Merc. He's looking good.
I'm not sure if this is the older Merc or the newer Merc, but he is going rather well here. And the fact that he's still within contention to be in the top 5 for this race shows that, yeah, Apex have really come a long way in terms of where they started and how they are now.
He's just lapped a 1:43.3, which was a full second faster, or full 9/10 faster than Josh Navas. So he's clearly moving well, but he's under pressure as well from Putradama. And let's have a look with Putradama.
And you can see that big slide just now for Nabus. He nearly lost it coming through Sunset Bend. That gets Azza as close as possible to him now. He might want to try line one up and put more misery on the Veloci Rangazzo car.
Track temperatures remaining just about perfect. 31 degrees centigrade at the track, 22 degrees off. It's sunny, scheduled to be sunny for the next 15 minutes, so there's no conditions to put the drivers off.
Yep. Although the track conditions gotten hotter, so the drivers have to lower their pressures now for the next pit stop. Otherwise, they'll be caught out very short on track because you do not want to have your tires cooked right now.
Approaching the half-hour mark.
In this first hour, yes. As we might see a potential overtaking maneuver here between the 3 car and 730. This is between classes. But Azar looks as though he's way faster than the Veloci Rangazzo car. Joshua Nabus right in front of him.
Let's just focus on this on that for a while. Amo has spoken. It's not really close enough. There's a nice train going down the hill into this 90-degree left-hander.
Well, even more so, it's more of an obtuse angle if anything. Very tight first corner, but yeah, Azar looked close coming through the final sector, but the exit from Nabos that time round manages to save him. Let's see if anything's going to happen here, because Nabos had a big one that previous lap. Thought he was going to spin it, but he held it together.
Nabas holding on. We're on board with Azar HMR, Apex Racing Brunei. As you mentioned, they have grown and grown and grown. They've always been good competitors. Now they are competitive competitors.
Indeed. And they only just lost out on a win in the very first round that we had in Barcelona. They were on the podium again in Bathurst. Looks as though they're going to have their work cut out here with Clapano and Young way far ahead in front of these gaggle of cars.
Okay, well, it's not quite worked out as we thought it would do. We're expecting maybe Azar to make a move. Instead, Azar might come under pressure from Putradama.
Well, these cars, about 6 of them are together. Some in between classes. We'll see if there's any other battles out on track further in front. It looks as though Maratono is actually close to Sang right now by about 4 tenths.
Indeed, he has.
Very close right now. And remember, the number 1 car is carrying a bit of ballast as opposed to the number 33 that has none. So you might think that the 33 will actually be able to pull ahead, but it looks as though Sang's tires may have taken a bit of a beating coming into the middle part of this first stint.
Leslie Martono, JMX Phantom, overall championship leaders at the moment. Early season. Interesting, Laundry House are not competitive here. We were hopeful perhaps that they might come in and come late entrants. That wasn't to be. I'm sure the likes of Daffy Ardianza and Presley Martono are grateful that they know which round is going to be dropped by Laundry House.
Yep, but despite that, it's going to give them extra pressure as well to perform well in the round that they have in hand, so they do not get caught up by the Laundry House car if it performs in the final 3.
Martono on the wheel of Chris Tang. We haven't really spoken about Chris Tang, have we? He's had a terrific race so far. He's under pressure, but Challenger Racing, they're not normally there up at the top, but Chris and his team have clearly done something right with the setup. They qualified well on the second row, and now they're competing for P2, in fact, holding on to P2, so there could be some pressure.
Yep, big pressure from Presley Martono, no less, in a team that have been dominating the last few races. Remember, they went on a romp last year, 3 straight race wins, including 2 different cars with the Ferrari and the McLaren to win the championship, and they got an equally good driver lineup for this one as well. So Martono then trying to put the early groundwork for Alan Drake Cruz to take over after this, and try to see if they could try to snatch the win away from Ardianza and Rahma towards the end.
Good drive out there from Chris Sang. All he can do, if you're in that position, you just take your line, you look after it, you think of your lap, you don't worry about the man behind you.
Yep, that would be in Sang's case, and in Martono's case it would be the exact same, because you do not want to do the same mistakes that he would. Like, say if he goes off in the grass here, you don't follow him through. You do not want to dirty up your tires and compromise any good tire life you have there to challenge it towards the end of the stint.
Well, while these two are battling, this fella is edging further and further and further away. His lead is now close to 3 seconds, 2.86 seconds for Daffy Ardianza. So he'll be very, very happy that the guys behind him are battling and battling and battling, because Daffy is clearly happily working on his own game plan. Behind them, this is the battle for P5. Ali Khairudin leading ahead of Naqib Aslam.
Yeah, but incidentally, Ardianza lost 4/10 that time around, 41.7 compared to a 41.3. So it was up to 3 seconds. Then the gap is now shrinking back to about 2.6. So Sang and Martono might be working together here. They do not want to attack each other. They're using the slipstream to both of their advantage and try to get back up to Ardianza. So race is not over just about yet.
And it's continued. There was a 2/10 differential between Daffy and Chris Sang on the last lap. So it's down to 2.68 seconds. Presley Martono very, very close. Again, Martono. The early part of the lap, that seems to be where he's putting the most pressure.
Yep.
And is looking for the opportunity to get the pull up the hill.
Indeed, and he can see, I think, from his cockpit view, Ardianza is just up the road, his fellow countryman, but in between him is a Hong Kong driver who's no slouch either. He just wants to get up to the back of him, but he realizes that he also needs to work with him to not actually stuff this up. Whoa, he's thinking about it. Look at that, Sang's tires. It's failing right now. He is squirreling all over the place. He knows full well the race is in his hands.
Yes, certainly is. And the braking is a little bit desperate from Sang. He can feel the pressure.
And we thought at the start of the race he might just take the race to Ardianza, but it looks as though that has faded somewhat. Now it's back to Martono's hands. Martono here, not ready to overtake just yet. Crocodiles, no way through. Cheetah at the ski jump, no way either. He's gonna have to wait until the next lap and bank on that first sector where he has been so strong this race.
Again, while they're racing, having just said that Daffy Ardianza is coming back towards them, Daffy's latest differential is 3 seconds. It's Daffy going round the final corner now. They're onto the home straight.
Well, you know what, Des? I think he might try to line one up this time now, but that's a poor exit. He should have gotten the drive better out of there. He went onto the corrugations and through the marbles. He's going to have to send one deep here if he wants to get up to second.
He was just a little bit tentative on the brakes.
And a bit too over-eager on the throttle on the way out. So that was not a good exit from Martono, and he's going to have to regroup it again. Now the gap is back up to 3 seconds. Looked promising at first, but Sang is proving to be a really bad cork in the bottle.
Okay, right. That's the battle for P2. We will come back onto that. Rialto Rastafani, meantime, is in P3. And Naqib Aslan is being dropped a little bit by Ali Khairudin. There's Rastafani. Here's Ali Khairudin. And there's the battle between Ali Khairudin, as he comes on the long right-hander. Stefani in front of him, GSR Esports. What's he lapping at? High 141s. A best of 141.3. His last lap 141.8. Relatively consistent. But 2/10 down on what he'd really like.
Yep, but he is crucially 2/10 up on Ristofani that time round, so he has actually chipped away the gap, but it's still about 1.8 seconds. So I'm surprised that Ristofani and the MPR GP number 2 car have no answer to the guys in front after being so stonkingly fast last time.
There's been a change in the battle that we were looking at before. Azza has lost a place to Putradama. So Azza, we thought, would be closing in on Nabus, but he's lost 2 places. Apex Racing Brunei having bigged him up a little bit. We were thinking that he might be looking to try to get into a top 12. Instead, he's down in P15 and lost 2 places to Setio and Dharma.
Well, a bit of commentator's blind there. Unfortunately, we will definitely be on the bad books of Ben Seek in that car because he was looking to at least get back up to podium position, but now it looks as though he's a bit adrift at the moment, Azza, but probably waiting for the race to come back to his hands because these gaggle of cars may come a cropper if they are not careful. Look at that! Nabus! Oh, he's just gotten a bit loose, and that brings Setio back into play. This is going to turn ugly if these guys are not careful.
It is always Nabus, isn't it? Oh, who's that just popped out? Putra. Putra made a mistake. Nabus under pressure.
Yes, and now it's back to Azza's court, so he just maybe wanted to line one up, but the Mercedes looks as though it doesn't have the legs compared to the BMW, but he may want to send one to the inside. Not this time round, but looks as though every single one of them are well behaved. But it helps the fact that most of them are Indonesians, so they are trying to watch over each other's toes.
Everybody's being very, very well behaved, isn't it?
Absolutely.
We should approve of that.
Yeah,
we should.
It's commendable because we don't normally get every single one driver who are, they're watching each other's toes.
There's the gap between Daffy Ardiansa. Behind him, Sang.
And another 3/10 gain that around for Ardiansa across the line. So Sang's really faded.
Well, while these two are racing, Martono and Chris Sang, Ardiansa is reaping the rewards. I'd like to know where he's laning 3/10 because his last lap was only 1/10 faster. Oh no, it was 4/10 faster.
Because I'm looking at the gap just now, it was at the start about 3 seconds, but then he went up to 3.3 in the lap, so that's where he gained 3/10, and that's the case in point. 4/10 now from the 3 seconds in the previous lap. He is pushing again, so I think he probably let his tires cool off a bit, but still managing to keep the pace up.
Good race from Daffy. Nice start. We're 36 minutes in. 4-hour race, round 3 of the ARGP endurance season. Alexis Lopano is the man who's leading the Pro-Am category. NN Racing. His lap times best of 141, a last lap of 143.2. He's a little bit isolated, but he's got a 10-second lead from Felix Jung. So, gosh, this is difficult when you're isolated as he is. He's got nobody really in front of him, and he's behind him. There's a big gap down to Felix Jung.
Yeah, you'd be bored to tears incidentally from this one, but it's these kind of races that you want as a driver because nobody to attack in front, but again, nobody to attack from behind. You just want to drive your own pace and just get out of it. So, in a way, it's an easy win for Kalpano, unless, of course, he stuffs it.
It's almost like he's got the racetrack for himself. He's hired out Kyalami for the weekend, just for himself. Right, when are we looking? We're too early to be thinking of driver changes. 35 minutes. What's the minimum spec? 50?
70.
No, minimum?
Minimum's about, for overall, that would be about...
Minimum stint time.
There's no minimum stint time, it's only a maximum.
Okay.
So you can come in at least within that 70-minute mark, so it's a minute, hour, and 10.
Okay.
So that's what they're aiming for. They want to go beyond the hour, so they pit by the hour.
Right.
And the first of the back markers have actually been popping up. You can see there, that's fellow BMW. He's coming by, car number 71 by the looks of it. Right at the back of the field. So sorry, 74, that's the Y-Lab car. And that was
Avandi. Right, we've got our first man in the pit, Kent Lau.
They've not been the races so far. In fact, they're on the way out of the pits.
And a change of driver as well, Jonathan Takumi. That's why I was asking, is there a minimum?
not really. There's no minimums. There's always a maximum stint time. So they actually pitted quite early, but now they're at the mercy of, can they make that 70 for the next stop? They do not want to be caught short or caught long in that one.
It's our first pit activity. We're relatively early in. Dafia Ardianza still leads the way. 4.1 seconds clear. He's just rifled in a 141.2, 5/10 quicker than Chris Tang, who is very, very worried about the man behind him as they do overtaking. That's a back marker just being taken.
Yep, he wish that was the other BMW up in front to overtake, but that's one of BMW has overtaken today. That's improved his position on track, but no way through yet to the front. 4.1 seconds now. Yeah, I think the tires are probably giving up the ghost, but having said that, Martono's dropped even more time. He's now 8/10.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? He's not been able to get close. Each time we come onto this home straight, we wonder if Presley Martono is going to be able to get close enough to get a drive and a pole, and the answer each time, and we're through lap 23 now, each time the answer is no.
Yeah, even more guttingly for Martono, he can probably not see Ardianza off in the distance now. At one point, it was just about within his grasp, but he's lost it due to the fact that he just had no way through Sang.
Some good racing going on further down. Mohammed Irfan and Setyawan have just changed positions.
Yep, Irfan seems to be the faster of the two cars, and they're driving different cars, of course. One Audi, one BMW, but part of the same stable, so they do not want to trip over each other here. And it looks as though Irfan may be ready to challenge up for the podium position, because Wijaja is not that far ahead of Nabus.
Putrudama's part of that group, as is our mate Azza.
There's that gaggle of up to 6 cars, Wijaja being the cork in front of this whole thing. And it looks as though Wijaja has lost a lot of time, for 9 seconds behind Mez Wilton. So really then, it's not for position in class either way, but he is holding up the rest of these guys who are battling for position.
Wijaja P3 in the Pro-Am class. He's the white car and he's under pressure. He's about to lose a place, I think, Wijaja. Josh Nabus is the man who's really putting Wijaja under pressure. And is forced wide, and that could lose him a place to Mohammed Irfan. And Irfan's under pressure from Setyawan. You're looking for disciplined driving here. Contact could really spell disaster.
Indeed, and you can go a bit door handle to door handle, but these are not touring cars. These are very sensitive GT cars. Any slight damage to a car is enough to set you back at least a 10 or 2.
It's the battle overall for P10. Man in 11 there is Irfan.
Yep.
Nabus has just got the edge. And to be fair to Rinaldi Wijaja, he's struggling, 9 seconds behind, but he is defensively very, very secure.
Absolutely. We saw some really good defensive driving further behind just now, but this is another case again where he's not doing anything dirty. He's just pulling off to one side, not allowing the guy behind to overtake. But he's battling against a pro guy. You'd think that he could let him go, but he's got the rest of the field behind him. He's holding podium position in Pro-Am right now, so that's why he is defending hard.
Nabus in the red and white wants to look on the inside, and this time I think he's got him. He's left the braking just late enough, squeezes through, edges out Rinaldi, and that is a place for Nabus.
Oh, Nabus might say, finally I'm through, but he's lost so much time to a fellow pro class driver in front of him, which is Mez Wilton. He's going to have to make out 11 seconds for the rest of this race.
He's been the most entertaining of the racers. Every time we've gone to him, he's been very, very enjoyable to watch, and now he's got through. And Rinaldi Wijaja will now have Mohammed Irfan on his tail. And Setyawan.
Well, we're going to have to stay on this battle, Des, because this is the most interesting of the lot. This is a battle for Pro-Am podium, incidentally. So number 69 holds that position for now with Rinaldi Wijaja, but Irfan, Setyawan, Dharma, Harsono, and Azza. In fact, Azza has also lost position to Harsono, so Harsono's back into play. Pulls in the Pro-Am category. This is getting interesting towards the end of the first stint.
As you say, Pro-Am category, the 2 purple cars are in the mix. Coming down the hill. Different lines. Just trying to get a little bit of advantage. Who's leaving the braking a little bit late there was Irfan.
Yep. I thought for a second that was going to be a collision, but mercifully that car stopped just in time, and we judge credit as well. He actually got out of there quickly as Harsono dives one onto the inside of Dharma and gets him. That was a very clean maneuver. He saw him early, lets him through. He didn't want any of that. He just wants to get back at him at the next straight.
Pucha has a straight look back. And Pucha on the inside, says the Harsono. Who's going to break latest? Well done, Pucha. Is there a switchback opportunity? The answer is no. Pucha lost a place, then won it back immediately.
Yep. And incidentally, though, they haven't lost too much time because we are still in a hot battle with Irfan and Setyawan. So really then, these guys are not losing each other.
Tell you else who is joining on the tail end of here, Wafiq. We spoke about Wafiq a while ago. He fell off the pace dramatically, but he's certainly been able to put in enough lap times to actually make this a, what's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 train race for ultimately P11.
And crucially, his teammate is right in front of him already, Vishnu, in the other MPRGP car. He wants to get a piece of that action, try to overtake and get points out of there, but at the same time, he's going to have to work together because in between that gaggle is also another one of their teammates, which is Harsono. So it's going to get interesting here whether or not they're going to tag team.
There is Harsono. Splash, literally, of paint.
Yeah, looks a bit like a Jeff Koons car.
Car number 82, he's been involved. Right, we will come back to this battle because this is where the main bulk of the racing is taking place. But Daffy, 5 seconds clear. Daffy had the answer. Lap time, last one of 41.6.
Yeah, it was ebb and flowing at one point, but now it just completely ebbed for Presley Martono. The sea has dried up for him. Now he's going to have to wait for the pit stops to come, whether or not Rd3 Cruz can keep up this pace. And we saw in first round in Barcelona where Russell Reyes was in the car that time. He held a really hot pace, but then Alan sort of faded off a bit because he was trying to get into the rhythm. So let's see whether or not he can hold the candle to Martono's pace in this one. But for the time being, Dafa up in front is looking really ominously fast.
And he's a full corner sequence ahead of Chris Sang. There is Sang under pressure from Presley Martono as they're coming through. Martono has been just chasing Chris Sang without being able to get close. He's tried a couple of times. Very often though, it's the exit to this corner going into the home straight that has cost him, and Sang invariably doesn't get as good a drive. Sorry, Sang gets a better drive out than Presley Martono.
Yep, and again, that time around Martono couldn't get a good drive out of there. So it looks as though Sang, that's his favorite corner on the track, but that first sector is always Martono's area. So you can see where it just backs and forths between these two guys, but there's still no conclusion to this battle.
Good battle. No conclusion. Plenty of time. 46 minutes raced in the 4 hours. Let's see how.
Well, we're going to go back to that battle for P3 in the AM category because look at that. A 10th of a second they came around that time. Setyawan was only 7,000.
Pucha's through.
Yep, Setyawan was only 7,000 behind his teammate that time, but now he's lost the position to Dharma, so Dharma went through, and they're all at it here. It's now an 8-car train for the end of the top 10, but crucially, it's for the podium position in the Pro-Am.
Vijaja is the man who is still holding them all up.
Amazing. I thought for a second that Irfan might have gotten through on him, but he somehow found enough grip in those tires to just maintain ahead.
Left-hander, 4 in the train. So we've got Vijaja, Irfan, Putradama in the green and black, Setyawan in the purple, Harsono in the multicolour, and Azza. Azza's been dropped a little bit. In fact, Azza looks like he's lost a place. We'll go to that in a moment, but Mohamed Irfan and Putra, let's go on the chase for these 3.
Yep, you can see there again. Vijaja goes narrow, trying to hold the line on the inside, which in turn doesn't let Irfan through because he has to go the long way around Sunset Bend. And guess what? Still no way through for the number 77 Ting Techno car. He's really going to get frustrated right now that he is the faster car among these gaggles. This gaggle, he just can't find his way past. Dharma now looks one on the inside.
Dharma breaks late. Tires hold. Lovely maneuver from Dharma.
Wow.
He moves up to P13.
And I thought for a second that the green car, the Java Sim car, was the weak link among this Indonesian train, but it looks as though he's coming on strong right now. He's ready. I think it's his turn now to take a whack at the Migo car.
Right, let's go behind Mark Harsono. Let's see what fun and games we've got there. So Putra in the green. Harsono looks on the inside, coming into the home straight.
That was close. Again, the two Team Techno cars are playing it on the knife edge there to prevent an inter-team civil war. But Harsono was trying to go on the inside as well. Luckily, no hit either. So the Indonesian guys, all these are Indonesians by the way, racing against each other. They're actually keeping their noses very clean. So they're trying not to step on again on each other's toes. Loving the racing so far.
It is. It's good, isn't it? This is down for P11.
Yep, but again, we have to underline the point across. This is for Pro-Am podium. So a lot of points at stake. 16 points for P3. Looks so delicious right now.
And it's so long away as well because there's still 3 hours and 10 minutes. 3 hours and 11 minutes to race.
I think they're enjoying this because most of the Indonesian teams, I think, don't have that many races to do this season. So finding one endurance race to do right now, they're really enjoying it to the fullest. And look at that, case in point, 5 Indonesian cars in a row, and they're all going at it hammer and tongs, but very respectfully, might we add.
Yes, it's very unusual, isn't it? Our drivers got more polite.
I think it's probably because it's fellow countrymen. They do not want to cause civil war. Yeah, I mean, if they're among each other, they will respect each other.
Politically correct from you there, Malaysian commentator. Well done, well resisted. I was trying to goad him into saying something controversial. Can we just break away from this? Let's have a look at Daffy. His lead remains, it's gone up 6 minutes now, Daffy.
Yeah, 6.3 seconds ahead of Sung. So again, Sung really is struggling on those tires at this point in time. Probably he pushed it way too early at the start. Now he's actually suffering at this point in time. But crucially though, pit stops are not far away. So if he could just keep it at least plateauing the gap right now, he would still be in good nick for the next few stints.
But he's taken some time off Presley Martono, 1.7. So maybe he was just nursing the tires through the middle of the race. And he did have a couple of squiggles, as you call them.
Yeah, fish tailing out of certain areas, but it looks as though he's back on song, but still 5/10 behind that time round, behind Adiansa, as Adiansa now crosses the line. A 41.2. Where's this going to be for Sung? If he loses more time, it shows that he is really not pushing that hard. Yeah, just a bit. Probably not. Yep. Dafa's probably gotten the hand of the car anyway.
In the meantime, Presley Martono at 141.7. He was 2/10 down as well. Let's go back to that fun battle between Putra, Mohamed Irfan, Mark Harsono. In fact, Harsono has got himself ahead of Setioam.
And it looks as though that move may have actually come in through a slow corner because the gap now has actually stretched out a bit. So that's why when one guy breaks rank, it's enough to actually stall the battle. As you can see, again, Wijaja goes narrow. We saw Putra on the outside, but Putra, again, no way through. Wijaja with a very good defensive drive.
Helicam gives us the overlook. This is for P11. Ronaldo Widaja, Bigo Racing Division. Car number 69 behind him, Putra Dharma. Car 11, Mohamed Irfan, car 77.
And Setioam with a 5-second penalty, presumably for a collision somewhere before this. And I'm not sure we're going to have to go through the penalty list for that one because we do have live stewards on hand to actually give out these penalties. But this is the Setioam may actually fall further behind here by the next stop because he has that 5 seconds this time. 10 seconds now. Oh, wow.
Well, he's been involved in an awful lot of incidents behind Irfan. I'm not surprised. Oh, Jojo resists the challenge of Putra Dharma.
And again, Dharma then also trying to go very defensive. It looks as though the two BMWs may be working together here this time around. But whoa, that is actually quite a big slide through Sunset Bend. It looks almost like 70s F1 cars there.
It was. I was thinking it's drifting almost in Kyalami. The endurance drifting competition on ERGB. There's one for Alex to think about.
If only we could do that, but not for the time being at least. Anyhow, yeah, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of that penalty for Setioam.
Oh, going through the middle. There's contact. Dharma was too aggressive. Contact from Dharma, and he loses a position to Irfan and Harsono.
Oh wow, and then Setyawan is ready to pick up the pieces as well, further behind, because you can see there, one driver breaks rank is enough to actually dissipate the gaps between the drivers. But having said that, it looks as though it's actually brought everybody back together.
Certainly has, and well, what's happening is Wajaja keeps everyone together, because his lap time's 1:43s. He's holding everybody up, but that was Putra Dharma impatiently trying to barge his way through. He was the man who had the catastrophe.
Yep, but amazingly, he only lost in nets at least 2 positions.
Where's Wajaja?
Oh, Wajaja's probably gone into the pits.
Yeah, Wajaja, I think, into the pits.
Oh, in fact, he's not in the pits, because you would see the P on the side, but...
Where's he disappeared to? Has he been bashed out of the game?
Oh, hopefully not, because that was actually quite a nice battle that he had up in front, and he was holding the podium position for the longest time. It's not in the pits, so if we can go to him right now in P20 behind, I think he might be out of the race, Des.
It looks like there is no Wajaja.
Well, we can see him on our timing screen, but I think, yep, he's out of the race, Des. It might have been connection, and to go back to the 10-second penalty, apparently it was contact with number 82, so Harsono and Setyawan got into a collision at one point, so Harsono's got the better of him now, so he's got immediate revenge on him. A lot's happening between these Indonesian guys, and it looks so clean at one point, at least until Dharma decided to break rank.
Well, Dharma broke rank, and poor old Wajaja. Real sympathy for him, because although he was slower and he was slowing everybody up, he was helping the racing phenomenally.
Indeed. We got some of the best action among those guys, as he is now back in the race, but in the pits. Ms. Vilton's in pits.
Jim Vilton goes into the pits. This is 54-minute stint.
Way too early, though. Probably the tires have cried foul now, and they've given up. So he's going to have to enter early, but then he's running the risk of running very short towards the end, so you have to maximize your stints in between. Otherwise, you cannot get it to the end.
Wajaja is in the pits. So whether or not he's able to come out once again, we will find out imminently.
Indeed. And he's going to let the whole field pass through. We're waiting for if there's any other guys coming in, but that's the first scheduled stop compared to the other drivers.
Rafi Ardianta, his lead is now 7.3 seconds. He's coming up against some traffic, though. This might be an awkward moment. If everyone is as disciplined as they have been so far, then no doubt they'll obey the blue flags.
Yep. And so far, at least, we had one car coming through, and it actually was paying attention to that. Now let's see if Sofian Syed, who has actually lost out big time here to compare to the other battles that we saw just now, he's ready to receive the blue flags.
Sofian is in the green. Yeah, let's just see how disciplined he is. There's Sofian. Front to Sofian. Is that Ahmad Juzmin?
No, that's
No,
actually
it's not.
This is Fandi. It's Danny Afandi.
Yeah, okay.
That's not for position per se, but he would love to get by him quickly, and there it is.
Well done, Sofian.
In fact, no, that is Jusmin. So because there were 2 BMWs with the same colors, but yeah, that's Jusmin right in front, and he's led him through for now. Guess he's relying on the race leader to actually distract him a bit and just get him back into play.
Okay, Kritang meantime in P2. Wajaja has indeed. Right, he's out. He is out officially. Maybe a connection. No, he's on the out lap, and it's still Rinaldi Wajaja. I wonder what happened there.
I think it's connection issues, because he did jump back into the car because he is the first designated driver. He has to be in, otherwise his teammates cannot come through.
Jason Tong from the academy is on his out lap.
So he's taking over from Amir Rafi, who started the car just now, and that is, you can see the green bar on the side there. That means they have done their pit stop. So there is a bit of a time limit before you can enter the pits and get into that. So we saw Jonathan Takumi just now. That's an official stop. Oh, that's a big accident. That looks as though that was a battle between those gaggle of cars. It's Azaz being spun out, and more crucially, Nava Setyawan and one of the MPR GP cars.
Well, Setyawan has had an interesting first hour. 10-second penalty, now involved in an accident. Team Techno with Azza HMR. Ben Meek, Apex Racing Brunei, won't be thrilled. It's allowed Daryl Brady through into P17.
Oh, that it went well for so long, but unfortunately diplomacy has taken the drink.
Well, the incident has happened further down. It's allowing your teammate Imran Suhaili to make his way up the rankings. He was down in P27 at one stage, got himself up into P19. Still 10 seconds adrift, but something to hold on to. Something.
Yeah. And in fact, that the fastest lap is 42.2, so it's not too bad given the fact that the car took a bit of a hit at the front. But otherwise, it's looking a bit brighter now given the fact that Rd3 Vishnu is not that far away, so that's pole position in class.
Right, Navas is one stop down. He's been in the pits. Daffy Ardianza is still the man leading by quite some margin. 7.6 seconds now for Daffy.
And you can see that the pit stop cycles have begun because a lot of cars are going through, including Nabus, Vishnu and Satyawan. So Satyawan probably is coming because of the damage anyway, whereas Ardianza is going on for yet another lap. So he's probably trying to max out the 1 hour and 10 driving stint limit.
A little bit of traffic again, perhaps in front of him. Although he's got a little bit of clear track at the moment. Right, Chris Tang goes into the pits.
That finally frees up Presley Martin, unless of course Presley comes in the pits too. Nope, he's going on, and finally he has some clear air to work with, albeit 9.8 seconds behind Ardianza.
But this is the first time, mind you, he's not been able to get close enough to Chris Tang, has he? It's not like he's been putting him under consistent pressure. His last lap was a 1:41.3. So maybe he was being held up a little bit by Tang, who was a 1:41.7. Now with free space in front of him. Car number 1.
Yep, now he's got clear air. Whether or not he can make use of that is another thing altogether because he has been stuck behind that car for so long. Probably, yeah, it's not like F1 where it actually hurts your tires, but he probably has lost a bit of that momentum that he had prior to being stuck behind Sang for so long. So he's gonna have to bang in the lights before he comes to the pits. Again, it will only make a small difference unless something happens to Ardianza in the pit stops.
So Ardianza, let's stick with him. He's coming towards the end of what will be his 36th lap. We're assuming he's going to stay out. We are, what, 1 minute and 1 in. So he's got another 9 minutes, which is, what, 140's 5 laps, 5 more laps.
Yep, and again, he's going through here, so there he goes for another lap as Imran comes into the pits for a scheduled stop this time and probably just fix up that car, so at least it could be a bit more decently competitive for the second stint.
So Daffy has stayed out, Presley Martono stayed out, maximising their times as much as they can.
Let's see if this time is going to be fast. It is fast, 4 tenths faster than Ardianza, so he's picking up the slack here and trying to pressure Ardianza coming to the end of the first stint.
As you say, it's 9.5 seconds the deficit. Cristofani, is he staying out? The answer is yes.
And he's behind, it looks as though Maz Wilton is staying in the car, and Maz Wilton, oh, that's painful, isn't it? You know that you're battling this guy for the podium, but you had to give him away because you do not want to be on the receiving end of a blue flag.
And Khairudin also there as well. He's gone under the radar with us a little bit, hasn't he? He's driven pretty well. 41.7s, P4 for GSR Esports. He qualified in P4. He's been in P4 much of the race. He's not been involved in any altercations. He's been able to pull away from Naqib Aslan. Yep,
and Naqib never had an answer to his pace, so 7.6 seconds separating those two cars, and he has now Ristofani in his hairlines.
And maybe there's a bit of action coming for Ali Khairudin. Although with the pit change coming up, the last thing you want is to get involved in an incident here.
Or like in Jean-Pierre Saint's case, a drive-through penalty. So
yeah,
that was probably because he actually just went through the pit lane a bit too fast there. There's
Cardinal sin. Cardinal sin.
Well, it's gone from bad to worse for the number 242 Circuit Crew team. That's just not what you want. But again, that's how the cookie crumbles.
Philosophy of Amo Hazik. Ali Khairudin, he stays out. Daffy stayed out. Presley stayed out. Ristofani stayed out. Naki Baslam has come in.
Yep, Nakib then ready to hand over the car presumably to Nabil, or he's probably going to go for another stint. Knowing him, he wants to go for 2 in a row.
What's your preference in that? You like double stinting if you're in a team of 2?
I think, yeah, double stint is better because at least you can get yours out of the way and you're actually quite deep into the race, so you know how the rhythm is.
Pro-Am leader, NN Racing, Alexis Lopano stays out. He is in P5 now, out on the track. Obviously, we've got the pit stops to really work things out. 37 laps done. Daffy Ardianza is the clear race leader.
Yep. While the pit stops cycle themselves, maybe we can actually run through the order and go for a quick break, I would say.
Well, let's wait until Daffy comes in. Once Daffy's come in, then we'll see where they emerge. And then we will take our first breather. Track temperatures remain perfect and optimum.
Oh, stop and go penalty for Nakib.
Oh, Nakib.
Now, where did that come from? So, I think that might have been a drive-through penalty. Again, he might have actually gone through the pit lane way too fast there. Oh. That is a gut punch because not only do you have to go through the pit lane, you have to stop 30 seconds and then go through trundle through the pit lane again on the way out. So, he's going to lose a heap of time here. That's not what Stratos won at this point in time.
Third place in the overall championship standing. It puts pressure on. We're seeing him in our screen. Naki Baslam. He is not quite, my Malay swearing isn't quite up to speed, but I'm sure there was a swear word or 2 there.
Yeah, we can say it on air here because the Malaysians would know that one.
Presley Martono is in the pits. Daffy Ardianza has stayed out once again. 38 laps for Daffy. Would he risk one more?
We'll see, but Martono being in, and his in-lap was actually not as fast compared to Ardianza, so it was a 41.7 for... Oh, wait, that was 41.4 for Martono and 41.1 for Ardianza, so Ardianza was 3/10 faster anyway, so his in-lap wasn't as good.
Mustafani, second out on the circuit, 17 seconds adrift.
Yep, and thought for a second that we had a car stop for a second, but that's Ardianza coming through, overtaking the Academy car of Jason Thong. Looks as though it's going swimmingly right now. It's serene out here in Kyalami for the FR and DFS team. That's what they call right now.
Does he stay out?
It's going to get mighty close though, but he is within that stint limit at this point. Coming out to the final corner, he looks as though he's aiming left, but no. He's going out for another lap, so he's trying to maximize the 70 minutes.
So that maximizes it for... He just hopes he doesn't have a spin. Because that would be catastrophic in more ways than one. Alan Drake Cruz, who will be the new JMX Phantom driver.
Oh, that's
long.
This is odd. This is
long.
This is not what you want to have in your pit lane. In fact, he's still in there, so it might be connection troubles here to change cars between 2 drivers. Change drivers between the cars.
Oh dear.
Oh no, Cruz is still stuck in the pit lane, and I think Martono might be telling him to just probably exit the game and come back in right now, but this is not what JMX Phantom, the Champions leaders, want.
All the while, it means that Dapper is able to increase his lead. Where's Rastafani? He's still out there. Oh dear, it's all gone wrong for everybody other than Daffy Ardianza. Daffer AB, a best lap time of 140.8. His last lap of 141.3. That's quick. That's impressive.
A very good in-lap. And it's still in the pit lane for car number 1. So you can see that he's humbling on the order. He is not going to come back out anytime soon here, Des.
Dear me. This is great for Daffy. It's also good for Laundry House.
Absolutely.
Who aren't here.
So they can consider this drop round a very good one. Then they made the right decision on that in that regard. But they could have loved to have raced here as well, because again, we had to point out across that the current build of the game 1.9.4 favors the Porsche around Kyalami, and they would love to have gone through here, as now Ardianza finally comes into the pits.
Okay, so he maximized it, pushed it. I could have got one more lap.
Yeah. But he doesn't want to risk it. This is the last lap that he could legally do it. And luckily he didn't spin it, because that final corner into the pit lane, people have spun it before into the barrier. So Daffa avoided that by just cranking the wheel, go around the outside and cut across.
Alan Drake Cruz is out on the circuit. Okay, so he's out there, but it was a nightmare. It was a minute, 2 minutes plus.
Yep.
Devastating.
2.5 minutes, I think, by my count, because that is literally 2 whole laps lost compared to the rest of the field.
But at least they've solved that. The man out on the circuit in the lead, really pushing it very, very, very close, is Rialto Tristefani.
And luckily for him, the timer does reset once he gets into the pits anyway, so hopefully his box is very close, otherwise he will run the risk of going over the stint limits.
Duffy comes out for his second stint. So new tyres, no doubt. New fill up with fuel. Rialto. He's got half a lap to go now. Don't crash, Rialto.
Well, not just him crashing, but the game crashing as well. That's what happened to Alan Drake Cruz just now. He had to really find his way to fiddle around with the game so that he doesn't actually end up losing more than a lap.
So there is our man out on the lead on the circuit. He must come in this time.
For sure. He's only about 1 minute left here. 1 minute left to go in the stint time, so he should have enough time to come in. But hopefully, when he boxes, the time resets for him. That's what he doesn't want to do, to exceed that stint limit.
Okay, so here is the pit lane, and thankfully, looks like he's slowed down, so there'll be no penalties, unlike that served by Naqib Aslam, or to be served by Naqib Aslam. And so our top 2 are in the pits. Daffy Ardiansa is the man who is out on the track, leading the way. We will just have a confirmation of where we were after the first driver changes. Tristefani in the Ferrari, officially in the lead, but he's in the pits right now. So Daffy Ardiansa out on the circuit, Fadli Rahmat in the BMW P1. Sang Wong and Huang, Gary Huang is the man who's out in P2. Ali Khairudin and Gafour in P3. Villeneuve and Clapano doing really well, leading the Pro-Am. Lee and Felix Young in P6. Jim Misfilton, Mohamed Tasbi in 7. Balagulan and Navas in 8. Naqib and Nabil with a drive through to serve in P9. And in P10, the second of the Audis, Noor Irfan and Shakir. With that, we will go for a very quick break. We'll be back in just...
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello. Oh, camera's not in my. Okay. Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome back to eRacing GP Endurance Edition. We're at Kyalami for today. I'll be your second commentator for this session here. My name is Damon, and we'll be picking right off where we left off from break just now with the track right now with Dafa Ariansa still in the lead. Quite a substantial gap from second place Gary Huang in the and we're coming back into it now. The BMW of Ariansa still making solid pace after the first slip reset. As we come onto the line, the current standings: first place Dafa Ariansa, second place Gary Huang, third place the Mario Hasnam, the Ferrari. Fourth place we have Adi Khairuddin, another BMW, Andre Jansen Villanova in the Lamborghini Huracan on fifth place. Max Lee coming in at 6th, Jin Masvilton on 7th, Nakib Azlan on 8th, Aldo Balagulan on 9th, and Sergio No on 10th. There's quite a substantial gap between most of these races, but I do believe that Ariansa will be able to pull away since he's on the fresh set of tires and his stint is reset. So he'll be fine, I think. As he comes up here making a short pass through traffic into clean air, I suppose he'll be having a really good time after this.
Yeah, but it looks a bit, look at that, 3.4 seconds between Gary Huang and Dafa Ariansa. So how on earth did he make up 6 seconds from just the pit stop there for Ariansa? That's actually amazing. So Huang taking over from Marco Wong earlier, so that's a good time that he made from the stops.
And you can see here Gary actually set quite the lap. I think he has the fastest lap right now at 147? 140.7. Sorry. 47 and 40.7 are two different numbers. We should probably point that out.
And that's the fastest lap of the race so far. So that's why you can see his number being purple there. 3.3 seconds now, the gap between himself and Ariansa. So he's making out a good time. And for Demario Hasnam, 16 seconds further behind the both of them. So it looks as though that the race is slowly coming back here to some of the other drivers besides car number 17.
Yeah, track in optimal conditions right now at 30 degrees Celsius. Gary, we'll have to check the next split to see whether he'll be picking up the pace quite good, but it does look like he's really hammering it down right now.
Absolutely. And waiting until the next time by, but he's only about 10 far from his previous best, so the delta will only be ebbing and flowing depending on how well he drives. As we see coming up now to the end of the lap, this is watching Dafa Ariansa, car number 17 for the DFS FR team. Out of the final corner, let's see what's his time. Last time was 41.0. This will be a 007, so just on the cusp of the 40s. But where is Huang in relation to him? A 41.050. So that time round, at least, Ariansa was only fastest by about 43 hundredths of a second.
But it does mean that he will be under substantial amounts of pressure. The gap is narrowing, even if the lap times are differing. And it does look like Gary is, quite honestly, really fresh out of the boat, trying to gain as much time as he can to give Ariansa the pressure that he needs.
Indeed. 3.4 seconds as they come across the line now, as let's see then how this lap is going to be, because it looks as though Ariansa is now back in the swing of things. He is getting the bit between his teeth, but likewise Huang is, again, as you said, straight out of the box, very fast already. So it looks as though he doesn't need time to climatize like what happened to Jin has built it. He is on it straight away.
Yeah, but it does look like he has to fight through some degree of traffic in order to get clear. You can see here just behind. Oh, making it through. Very easy pass. Letting it through just so he can have a nice clean lap. That does mean the difference might increase by a little bit because he did have to prepare accordingly for it. Yeah, you can see here the delta is about 6/10 behind his previous lap. And that would be the traffic doing its thing. Alianza, meanwhile, running in perfectly clean air. Still a while to go before he actually gets into the next set of traffic. As you can see here, BMWs here are really dominating this track.
Yeah, 3 of them are in the top 5 as what is on it, Mac? 6. Yeah, in fact, by our count, it's 4 cars who are BMWs in the top 10, and 2 of them are in the podium for both classes. So 2 in the top 3 for Pro, and 1 in the top 2 for Pro-Am. So there it goes to show, puts into context how the BMW is really strong around here, Damon.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm gonna go over to the Seoul McLaren in top 10 right now, driven by Nakib Aslan. Very also within clear traffic, but Balagulan is only about 2 seconds behind him.
And Des did mention just now that he had to serve a penalty. Well, actually, it was already served prior to the commercial break, so he had a 30-second stop and go. So he had to serve it with his pit stop on top of stopping the pit lane and let the other cars through, so that you can see why he's dropped out big time out of that top 6. He was in 6, now he's in P8.
Considering the amount of time he had to spend serving his pits, I think dropping 2 positions isn't entirely the worst case scenario that happened to him.
Yeah, if anything, he only lost 1 position in the class, so he will still be 5th by the end of it, if it stays where it is, as it is, of course, unless, of course, something dramatic happens in the final 2 hours and 40 minutes that we have here in this race. But yeah, you might say it was kind of like a rookie error, wasn't it, to get a stop and go that severe, Damon?
Definitely. I think it was just an unintentional mistake. It is, well, driving too fast in the pit lane can be, you know, accidental in most instances. Sometimes you just don't look at how fast you're going, even though you should. But we come back here around Kyalami here, just near the final straight, back into a new lap. 46 as of now. And we'll go over to Villanova and see another one driving in clean air right now, but I do believe that car number 25 is right behind him. Won't be much of a challenge considering how far behind they actually are. That's car number 28 is Jonathan Takumi, yes.
Yeah, he was one of the first guys to go into the pits and kind of went in for the unscheduled stop because it was around the 35th minute mark. That's way too early, so you can see why some of these guys who pitted early have number 1 oranges on their side because that's considered part of the mandatory stops, but it could also be just a bug. Takumi was just way too early anyway.
Yeah. We're going to turn over now to one of the cars that actually did suffer quite a bit before the commercial break, and that is the number 1 car driven by Rd3 Cruz. Before the break, it seemed that he had some connection issues during the driver swap and was stuck in the pits for a not inconsiderable amount of time.
Yeah, but again, it's unfathomable for that situation because they were fighting for the overall win. Now they're just having to pick up some scraps here outside the top 10 in their class. In fact, they're running P11 right now. The blue steel car is holding P10 at the moment. A 5-point return for the number 1 car may be disastrous if you put it into championship context. But again, they also have a drop round they can consider because considering last time out they were P5 in batters, this will be the ultimate drop round. Yeah,
definitely. It is definitely unfortunate, but we'll see if they can still make the best of a bad situation. We go over back to the front of the pack. We see Dafa Ariansada on his 48th lap, and Gary Huang not that far behind him actually, just
4 seconds. But again, Ariansa is back into the 40s, so 40.9 for Ariansa, a 41.0 for Gary Huang. So he lost about a 10th, but if we're being very pedantic, 700s anyway. So Dafa is just inching away ever so slightly up in front.
Yeah, you can see the gap between those 2 cars have increased. It was about 3.5 seconds beforehand. That means Ariansa is, again, picking up the pace. This guy is on fire for today.
Absolutely. It's amazing how he could actually be on it. But again, there's also a caveat for him. He has no ballast.
That is true.
The success ballast on the other cars are are heavier. It does affect the car a bit, but not so much. Maybe about 2 to 3 tenths. But for a guy like Adianza, who we know reputably is very quick, he can make up that time anyway. So again, it's basically an open goal for him.
That is true. These BMWs are very, very strong.
But this lap though, he's back to around on the cusp of 4 seconds, 3.999. So Huang is actually faster this time around, Damon.
Yeah, we're looking at it right here. Let's go. We go to Gary's lap here. Running in clean air, that probably helps him quite a bit. He will be encountering some traffic here. Just in a moment, you can see that. I can't actually see the number. What car is that? Car number 88.
Yeah, that's the NPR GP car that's being driven by Ray Rischio, P12 overall. But he is actually running in, oh no, in fact, P7 I think in the pro class. So yeah, he is actually running. He's actually going to be overtaken by a fellow pro class car. But then again, he probably will not put too much of a fight because he knows that full well it's not his race.
That is very true indeed. All you can do is really, well, I guess you can play spoiler if you're a bit of a jerk.
But it's not his teammate though, because despite being fellow Indonesian up in front, he wouldn't want to actually be on the eye of the stewards because we are doing live stewarding right now.
Yeah, you don't want to be causing an incident here. So far, so good. Everything seems quite clean. There hasn't been any major incidents, no spin outs, no collisions. Everyone's being able to run at their own pace.
Well, minor collisions, yes, we can safely say that, but nothing major that causes a huge pileup. So every single one of the drivers, all 27 crews here, are behaving quite well, you might say, Damon.
Yeah, slight contact here. And Gary is still narrowing that gap between him and Ardianza. You can see there, only about 3.8 seconds split between them, but again, Gary has to fight through traffic.
Oh, and look at that. I think Rischio may have gotten a blue flag warning here. It's let him through, but that actually cost him about a tenth of a second because you can see there visually how he actually lost a bit of time to the car in front on the map. And indeed, in our timing screen, you can see he was only about 2 tenths behind his fastest time. Now it's about 4 tenths, so he's lost 2 tenths from just trying to overtake Rischio.
Yeah, that's the thing about these. Like, you want to catch up to the leader, especially rather late into a race like this, where you have to contend with other cars that probably aren't as fast as you. It does get a little bit difficult to be at the pace that you really want to be at.
Yeah, and given the fact that we're all driving GT3 cars right now, it's all equal anyway. Just subtle performance differences that will actually put driver's skill into perspective. And in this case of Arianza, we don't have to question his skill. It's just a matter of how he can maximize the car, and he's using both to his advantage to just sprint ahead in the initial part at least. About 10 seconds was the gap before he came to the pits before the end of the first stint. Now it's reduced a bit, but it's just slowly picking back up, Damon.
Yeah, the good news is they're still quite well clear of where you can see third place right now, the Mario Hasnami, the Ferrari 296 GT3. About 20 seconds. Yeah, about 20 seconds. That is a pretty substantial gap. So in the meantime, they will be able to contend with their current pace, not having to fight through anything, not having to worry about their position. Hasnam here trying to up his pace. You can see here he's up 1/10 on his previous lap, 2/10 now actually. So he's really hammering it down.
Yep. And
not in camera.
yeah, we're just doing a little bit on that. Anyway, 4.4 seconds now the gap between Adianza and Huang. So yeah, Adianza is now really hammering it. He's gained about 4 tenths of a second this lap, even though it says on our timing screens that he's losing 4 to 5 tenths. But I think factors elsewhere have caused Huang to actually lose time. Maybe he's behind traffic? No, not really, isn't it? Or maybe he has, because he was overtaking another guy prior to that. It was the MBR GP car.
Yeah, you can see Rischio there was still just behind him. Maybe it was giving him some issues?
Oh no, never mind. 3.7 seconds now the gap. So at one point he lost 7 tenths, but he gained it back to 7 tenths. So gap stays around 3.7 seconds as it was in the previous lap. But Huang is definitely faster at this point in time.
Oh, but look at this. Arianza is in the middle of traffic right now. He will be forced to slow down his pace slightly, but he's clear of most of it. There's still one car in front of him. Car number 82 driven by Marco Hasono. See that?
Yep.
Oh, there seems to be an incident here. Number 57 over here. What happened here? Oh, he went off track.
Yep, Nazir Azman, the driver who took over from Mohamed Zikri at the start of this race. Maybe he had a collision prior to that somewhere because he was close to Alan Drake Cruz, but maybe he gone off on his own. He's recovered now, but he's lost a heap of time.
Yeah, it does seem like... I think he probably spun out of his own because it does look like he was pretty clear in that instance here. You can see Earl Oliver Kyalami here. Currently battling Alan Drake Cruz.
And we are now...
oh wait, no, I mistook it.
yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, news from the stewards room. Car number 822 has a drive-through penalty, and that was for hitting and spinning car number 730. So Max Lee in the Passionate Racing Team BMW have taken out the number 730 Veloce Regatta Audi. So that is going to hurt them quite a lot here. Maybe about 30 seconds in the pit lane. So it's a short one, but it's still nonetheless a painful drive-through to take.
Oh, that is quite dangerous because you can see here, the gap between 6th and 9th place is not that big. It's about 6 seconds that split between 6th and 9th. And him having to serve that penalty pretty much means that he's probably going to lose all those positions.
And crucially, though, he's going to lose position, second in the Pro-Am category because he's running second right now behind Villanueva, but in front of Harsono and Sergio Noah. So he's going to lose those 2 positions at least. And then you have to take into account the fact that the number 32 Raiden car, the Lamborghini, is going to come through as well. So he's going to tumble outside the podium and the top 5 if the drive-through is very severe.
Yeah, it does seem like it. Meanwhile, Naki Azlan is actually having a pretty good race now that he's been able to slightly crawl back. He was in 8th earlier, P8. Now in P7, just coming behind Max Lee, but he is still...
Yep, he's overtaken Matt Wilton, so at least he's cleared one guy in the class, so he's now running P5 in Pro. But crucially though, that stop and go 30 seconds did cost him a lap.
Yeah, definitely. I like the look of that McLaren. That's got a nice livery to it.
Yeah, the Stratos colors are becoming quite memorable. I wouldn't want to say iconic yet because it will take at least another decade or so to say it as iconic, but it's quite a recognizable color and you can tell it's a Stratos car by the lime green.
Yeah, it's very striking. Oh, Max Lee is in the pit. I guess he's about to serve his penalty, but that gives Naki Azlan time to get past him.
Yep.
And that puts him all the way back to P6 where he started.
Yes, indeed. And now let's see where he comes out in relation to the other drivers in the class because we have to watch for Harsono. Where is Harsono? He's coming through the final corner now. Car number 82 onto the start-finish straight. And that's outside the podium positions, but there is Lee. So he's lost it to Harsono, but where is Sergio Noah? Noah in car number 77. That's what we want to see as well. He's coming onto the start-finish straight. There he is. He's going to try to overtake.
Oh, here comes Max Lee. He's also being really aggressive there. They've got 3 cars right in traffic. Yeah, giving way. That's a good call. You can see it's very intense racing here.
But he's actually giving away to Sergio. No, he didn't realize that it was actually for position as well.
Oh.
That is not a front-running car. The car in front of both of them is actually running in second in class overall as well. That's number 33 for Gary Huang. And he lost the position to Sergio No. So now he has to do it all over again, trying to get it back onto the podium. But at least he didn't lose too much time.
Maybe he wasn't paying attention, or maybe it was an unintentional mistake. But it does seem like he has now to jostle back into the position if he wants to make it back into the top 10.
Absolutely. It's, well, not just top 10 overall, because overall race is one thing, but the class points position is what matters for all these guys. And that's a podium position gone begging here. Harsono is about 3.5 seconds away from Sergio, but Sergio is the immediate target for Max Lee. He's going to have to get it back up here.
Gonna have to see on the dash cam here. Let's see if he can actually close the distance and make a pass happen. Within the next couple of laps, you can see times there pretty close, about less than a second's worth.
Yeah, 0.6 of a second to be exact. So we come up to the second timing beam. Now into the final sector here. Avoid the ski jump on the inside. And, well, for Max Lee, he's going to have to get those tires back out to temperature because he was trundling in the pit lane at around 60 kilometers per hour. He might have lost a bit of heat there.
Yeah, definitely. So we're checking out this hood cam footage right now for Max Lee. He's definitely trying. I don't think he'll be able to keep out a Sergio No before we hit turn 1. Just as we go on then.
Yep. Now we're going to...
going a bit wide there. I don't think that was the line you want to take.
Yep. Now we're going to see if there's any other battles on this track. Apart from Max Lee and Sergio No, which is quite close. it looks as though the race again coming up to the halfway point. Up. You wouldn't want to do that. Some drivers have already lost it here today.
Yeah, and the gap just keeps increasing. I think Max Lee is now off the pace, and Sergio Noor is going to cleanly pull away for now, unless Max tries to go for a very aggressive attack coming into this next sector.
Yep. Nothing much in the way of action throughout the entire field. So, guess again, halfway point, almost there. Drivers are setting into rhythm. Maybe they'll try to go for it in the final hour where it really becomes alive. And we're about 4 hours away from sunset, so we're gonna go into the dark here. It's time to progression in the time multiplier anyway, so we're gonna get a nighttime race. That's when the tire pressure become more important, because you're gonna have to increase it up to a certain point, but not too much, otherwise it will overinflate.
Yeah, but not to mention, it's dark.
Yeah.
Drivers driving at night is really scary.
You can't see, of course, you can't see anything, it's granted, because it's at night.
Yeah.
Even with high beam headlights that we have on these GT3 cars, it's not enough. And compounding the misery, we don't have floodlights.
Yeah, there are no track lights, yes.
Yes, so there's no floodlights. Kyalami is going to make things even worse as Max Lee gets yet another drive route.
Wow, wonder what happened there.
Right.
I think he may have exceeded the track limits a little bit.
Well, trying to look at the steward's decision right now, it looks as though, again, it's just another case of a penalty being given to him by virtue of the fact that the car may have actually been involved in an accident, and we're waiting for the steward's report to come in right now, but it looks as though, for the time being at least, 822 has been slapped with yet another penalty right in the face.
Damn, it just keeps getting worse for Passionate Racing here for Max Lee as well. He's going to have to suffer another penalty. It looks like he might actually end up dropping another position if that's the case. You can see Riskio here, just about 4 seconds behind him. Yeah, 4.7.
Yeah, but Chan Kun Kong behind him is not that far away either, so that's the Racing number 32 car ready to take away another position as well.
Yeah, it definitely looks like. I don't know if it seems to you. Does that Lambo have a bit of damage on the front?
No, actually, that might be the way it's colored.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's got a really stubby nose. Anyway, we're heading back to the lead car right now of Dafa Arianza. Again, very clean, very smooth. It's relatively uneventful for him throughout this entire session.
Yeah, no one's been challenging him, apart from the start of the race where we thought Gary Huang was going to be able to change, well, his teammate at least, Marco Wong was going to
Oh, but look here.
challenge. That's a back marker that's going to come up. Jonathan to Camille, yep, that's as clear as you like. We know, well, for me personally, I know Jonathan will definitely give way because he is very attentive to blue flags, and case in point there, he gives Gary Huang the position, holds his line, and gets through, but at the expense of the fact that he lost 2 tests trying to take a back marker there.
Yeah. Again, losing the pace. It's been a consistent about 3.8 to 4 second gap between these two cars, which is actually quite a testament to how consistent they've become. They've been over the course of this entire race. You can see Nakio Aslan there again, running on his own, perfectly fine, very perfectly content to stay where he is right now. He's quite far ahead of the next car, driven by Mads Wilton here.
Yep, but 13 seconds behind Villanueva, waiting for the next timing split interval to come up. But yeah, it's settled into again another rhythm here where the drivers are just waiting for the next set of slots to come through. No big incidents to report though.
Certainly for the best, of course. We don't want to be commentating about incidents constantly happening.
Yeah, we had a couple of big ones as well while you were coming in just now. But apart from that, it was no big deal, apart from just a couple of cars finding the dirt in Kyalami. As we're looking at Ali Karudin, another one of those guys who are fast, but again, it's just not enough of a pace to handle to car number 70 in front. But this would be a good haul of points for the number 732 car, especially given the fact that it's been stumbling out of the blocks in the first races of the season.
Yeah, P4 is nothing to scoff at, of course. Considering the pace that you're going at. You can see here back to the Mario Haslam. You actually told me to look out for this driver yesterday before when we were talking about this race. He's actually doing quite well for himself right now.
Yeah, 41.3 was his fastest time, but that's the car, of course. 41.1, sorry. So that's the fastest time set from, I think, Ristofani prior to that. So Ristofani probably was the one that gave the lap time for this car. But again, because I have to point this guy out because he's won 4 straight races in Global Edition. in a row. So that's from the 2 rounds. Plus, he won last time out in battles as well in endurance. So he is on a hot streak, but not today at least. It looks as though that the MPRGP number 2 car may not be able to hold a challenge to the 2 BMWs in front. It looks as though it's just BMW centric this track.
Yeah. Sai is coming behind. Sadi Malik here, letting him through.
Yep, teammates of course, the MPRGP cars, similar colors as well, so you can tell they're both part of the same stable. And Floody then, P13 overall, but about 9th in class as there's a change position further behind. Alan Drake Cruz has overtaken Imran Zuhaili for P10 in the pro category. So Imran, well, not having the best races. We know Blue Steel will probably be disappointed with this after the highs of round 1 being up as high as 2nd.
Yep.
And finishing in the end 4th, but it was still a good result. Now it's just a case of going through the motions here.
Yeah, that early mistake that had costed them quite a decent amount here. In fact, it wasn't even decent, it was a catastrophic amount. Set them back quite far at the back of the grid right now.
Yep.
P18.
As we look further behind, we see a battle for P19 Kahilik and Nazir Azman. Nazir, of course, we saw just now had that spin coming out of the Crocodiles. The 3rd to last corner on this lap. He is now on a recovery drive as well. On board with the Ferrari against the Porsche. And earlier this round, we saw Daryl Brady in that Porsche trying to battle with a couple of other cars. He failed to overtake to do so, especially Renali Charger in the number 69 Vigo BMW. Now it's his turn to be on the defense.
Yeah, this is a race for position. You can see he came in a bit slow at the beginning of the S-turn. And slowly cut down time. You can see Kahilik just slightly extending the lead, braking a bit late, trying to get right up to his bumper. You can see there. Bit of a wide line by Kahilik through that corner. Nazir doing his best.
Trying to actually maximize the exit, so you want to actually either keep it tight or keep it wide so you can just not lose too much momentum. As Nazir goes on the inside! Oh, that's actually very deep. And I said Wijaja, in fact, it's actually Sofian Said that he battled earlier. It was a Ferrari as well. He managed to get by a couple of times, but Said, good defense, manages to hold on to the position. Now it's Kahilik trying to
oh, it's gone a bit wide.
Yeah, what Brady couldn't do is to defend, and the case in point there, he's gone very wide. And Nazir's going to come through into the start-finish straight, side by side.
Hasn't made the pass happen yet. You can see there the straight line acceleration of the Porsche actually being quite substantially a bit better than the Ferrari. Musu braking but at the same time. Yep. Nazir's got the inside, makes the pass happen, and I think he might be clear. Yep. Although Kahilik might try for another attempt. That is coming in too.
Switch back, but around the outside. Tell you what, the Porsche has really got a good top end, but the Ferrari is better through the corners.
Yeah, definitely so. You can see coming up to the finals. No, not the final straight. This is
yes. The back straight.
The back straight, yeah.
It's parallel to the start-finish line that's coming through the old first corner of the old Kyalami circuit, Sunset Bend. And it looks as though this battle is still on right now. And this 4th position, incidentally, as well. It's for, I think, P7 in class.
I will be on board with Kahilik here as he tries to do what Nazir did to him only a few moments ago.
Yep. And Kahilik might be feeling a bit of deja vu on behalf of the Sim Racing Filipinos Porsche, because this very same Porsche was involved with a battle with Ferrari, but that time around the Porsche could get by it. He's let one Ferrari through again. Now he's going to have to do it all over to just try and overtake.
History repeats itself. Coming in.
Right, so while we're on the subject of racing itself, actually, we can actually open it up to the floor on the audience, because round 4 is going to be a vote on the drivers and the spectators for the next round, because we didn't decide what's going to be on round 4, but there's going to be a short list of circuits, at least based on the feedback. Let's see whether or not they're going to put up some of the new circuits. We have the American flag, of course, from Watkins Glen and Road America. Those are.
Oh, I'd love to see those.
Sorry, not Road America. Kilter.
Yes.
And
Circuit of the Americas. Yes.
And Indianapolis.
Ooh, that's a tough call to make. I would like any one of those 3. Actually, maybe. I think I prefer Koto over there. Just a little.
Yeah.
A little try.
Because Koto is one of those modern tilted groups that actually is a greatest hit, isn't it? Because you can say like some bands have good hits, they've been lulled in the albums. This one is a return to form. especially in terms of how Tilkedrums have come together.
Yeah, definitely. You can see here, Felix still trying to just stay on the Ferrari's tail here, driven by Nazir Osman. See the difference in the lines that they take. Oh, losing a little bit of the back end there. That's going to cost him a bit of time.
Yep. And that essentially is, well, that's over anyway.
Yeah,
now,
that's what like.
Yep. If you put it back in front, Aldo Balogun is 2.3 seconds behind Jin and Milton, and that is a better position in class as well.
You can see here, they are fighting just in front here.
Yeah, and that's Gary Wong. Gary Wong has actually slipped in between them as well.
Yeah.
So, if Gary gets Jin in the wrong position, that might give Aldo Balogun a bit of a sniff.
Yeah, but it looks like Aldo is having a bit of trouble trying to keep up with the front two cars first. He has to be able to get into their toe in order to make a pass at them. See a blue flag there.
And we got word from some of the drivers that car number 69, the Reynaldi Vijaja car initially, he's not in the race anymore by the way, I think, because he was actually battling up for P3 in class. That actually evaporated completely when the game crashed for him, so...
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
And he was leading a gaggle of sort just now.
Yeah.
8 cars, that was an amazing battle, but unfortunately it dissipated after the game crash for him. Now, that story aside, we're looking at a battle here for P5 in class, as Milton got caught, as I said earlier, in the wrong position with Gary Kwon coming through. Now Balagulin's going to try to get one on the inside.
Yeah, I think he had to let Gary through because of the blue flag, but it looks like that gave a lot of time for Balagulan to catch up right on the tail of that Ferrari right now.
And meanwhile, the Blue Steel Racing car has come a cropper yet again as the number 12. We'd have to go to him right now because Imran probably just lost it coming out of Clubhouse, and we're coming out to that section now. But that's a real shame because that number 12 car has always been in the wars. It's either good or in this case today, unfortunately catastrophically bad. We're on board with Balagulan. Balagulan's watching his screen then in his signature singlet. Beast mode definitely on right now. He knows full well he has a sniff of the top 5 here. Or rather P6 because Masbut is running 6 in class. Villanueva is running way higher up than we think it should be. But that's a good drive from number 110. Onto the back of the Ferrari then. Masvilton, where's he gonna go? He actually went narrow that time, so he got the apex first. Balagulan though, looks as though he's the faster of the 2 cars, David.
Yeah, Masvilton did have a better exit, slightly better exit coming out of that, but Balagulan is just constantly putting on the pressure. Masvilton here coming in. Oh, it's so close. It's less than 3/10 right now.
Indeed. And that, again, remember I said just now about how Gary Kwon caught Masvilton in the wrong position?
Yep.
Case in point here, that has opened up the battle as Masvilton goes into the pits. Oh, that's a very early one because I remember that Masvilton was one of the early pitters anyway. So, again, he's going to run the risk of coming up short towards the end of the race.
Looks like Harsono is also giving him a pass, so I think he just dropped 2 spots there.
Yep. That's a scheduled pit stop, and he was one of the very first guys to come in. So, maybe he's called it quits, and now he's going to let his cousin Tasbi through to get back to the cars. We have another car spinning. That's number 242. That's Sofian Said. Sofian Said probably came a cropper at the just called sweep out of the turn 4 complex into the back straight and probably hit the wall on the way up. But I think might have been just normal spin because the car looks fine here.
Yeah, it does seem like it. That's the thing with these endurance races. It is a test of endurance. If there are going to be some mistakes that eventually end up happening, the best thing you could do is try to minimize the impact of what happened. We're about almost halfway through this race right now. You can see here, being tailed here. Letting him through, yes.
Yep, that's of course not for position, it's just track position. But luckily then, no histrionic between the drivers.
Again, Dafa Arianza just chilling. Just being chilling. That's the word, eh?
Yeah, I think we are allowed to say that.
Yeah, it's Chinese for ice cream. Come on.
Yeah,
It works. It works.
Right, so Arianza then still continuing on his hot streak up in front, 3.7 seconds. So the gap ebbed and flowed between 3.5 to 4 seconds. It's still around that gap. So Gary Kwon, I'm still surprised how on earth he got 6 seconds out of the pit stop compared to Arianza. So it might have been Arianza a bit gingerly out of the pits. It's now back to 3.5 seconds incidentally. So Arianza then waiting for the race to come back to him, as we are now coming towards the end of this stint. And they did go long here into that first stint, so they might go long here as well.
Yeah, it does look like it. Meanwhile, at the back here, the Mario Haslam again running in his own race, just behind the number 32 car here, driven by Champion Fong. For now, the top 10 do seem like they're having fun, is the word I use.
Yeah, fun on their own, of course, because we would love to have a very close fight at the top, but it has not happened that way because the top 4 kind of made a beeline for it towards the start. In fact, top 5, we have another yellow flag somewhere on the circuit. It looks as though it's the number 4 car, so the Sim Racing Filipinas car of Rd3 Kyalami has actually gone off there. So that battle between him and Nazir Azman is well and truly over. But the top 5, 6 to a certain extent, just went away at the front and just never looked back. The battle towards the end of that top 10, battle for Pro-Am, was really the one that heated up quite nicely. We had a row of 8 cars. Unfortunately, that also has dissipated by virtue of the fact that a couple of the drivers broke rank and a penalty thrown there in between, and that's it. We basically had a gaggle now spread out a bit even.
Yeah, it was definitely a sight to watch, but I don't think we should be expecting that way too often, because then we need more than just a cup of water to tide us over right now.
Yep. Now we got the Tasby here, who's out of the pit lane. He's served his second stint, and sorry. As Wilton has done his second stint, now he's given the car to Tasby, which again, the argument should be made that he probably should have started the car because he was already warmed up to it after qualifying. Now he's going to have to overtake a couple of drivers. As we see, he's trying to overtake Enrico Chiesa Pratama, and he gets him there easily. So that's for position on track, but that's not position for class because the main target he has is right in front of him, which is Alan Drake Cruz, the car that had troubles in the pit lane trying to swap over. So in the game, it's like connection troubles.
Right.
But IRL is probably a case of, well, we're going to do a bit of LARPing here.
Yeah, maybe he had to use the bathroom for a bit.
Or the seat could fit.
That's true.
And the fact that... Oh, there's a car flying
that?
There's a car going literally 88 miles per hour and lightning... Marty must fly out of there. Who on earth was that?
That was an unidentified flying object. Where was he?
Oh, I didn't know it was that because I can't see on the map either who flew across the screen there. It looks like it's car number 16. That's actually the Academy car. So, Jason Tong was driving. In fact, it's Amirafi again. It's Amirafi back in the pit lane. So, it might have been the car because it looked white for a second, but he went literally flying across the screen.
Are we still LARPing? Is that still a thing? Can you explain a flying car through that?
No, I can't think because I know, of course, you had a DeLorean, then we can LARP as Marty McFly. But going back to that whole LARPing situation, because I think Alan Drake Cruz was probably too small for the seat and they brought the wrong seat fitting, so that's why he couldn't fit into the car.
Oh man, that's such a dig. You can see here, he is slowly passing through the field. I think he made a couple of positions to other opponents having pit stops. Back in P14 right now, he is currently...
Yep, and a couple of overtakes as well, incidentally. So he overtook a couple of cars on track, as well as Tasby, who was in the pit lane after changing over from Maz Vilton. But really then, it's a case of what might have been had it not been for that connection trouble.
It's definitely true. You can see he has to try to make it past Arif Hidayat over here just to make it through so he can catch up to Cruz. Still a 14-second gap though, so it's going to be, wait, not 14 seconds, 3 seconds.
Yep.
I misread that a little bit, yeah.
4 seconds if you include the fact that if he gets by Hidayat, that would be around 4 seconds-ish.
Yeah, that is true. You still have to contend with a little bit of having to position yourself here.
Yeah, and he'll be, and Maz Vilton especially been kicking himself, knowing the fact that he had at least a decent position up in front before, but then the traffic got in the way and of course being taken by the lead drivers, cost a bit of time. Now it's Maz Vilton's job to do to at least haul it back up to a decent position.
Yeah.
Target right now, car number 730.
Yeah, Tasby didn't get enough of the tow on that back straight, so on that final straight, so he has to try and pull back into the slipstream. Goes for the outside, passes in. This is taking up quite a lot of his time actually.
Yeah, he's going to lose so much time to Cruz right in front as Cruz is cruising ahead in front of him. He's going again for the switchback. He gets a better run out of the turn 4 Jesco sweep corner onto the back straight. No way through just yet. Hidayat is actually defending hard, even though they're not part of the same class.
Oh, you can see that just a little bit.
Oh, he's going to push him out. He's definitely going to push him out. But It turns to the inside for Tasby and gets through easily. So Hidayat proved to be quite a tough cookie to crack. And to his credit, he defended cleanly, but it has cost Tasby a lot of time. And in turn, it has also cost Hidayat a lot of time because Enrico Chiesa Pratama is also battling for position behind him.
Slowly keeping up. Menacingly charging forward in that purple BMW.
Yep, Team Techno BMW. It's quite a nice color actually. You can see the.
It is a very nice color.
Yeah, you
I like it with the black motifs and the texturing.
Yeah, you can see the texturing, the horizontal lines, and the team name in this on point because I think a lot of Indonesian teams are incorporating that kind of design. It looks so good. You can literally see these cars IRL. I think they did Compass Racing. They could pass off as real cars.
Definitely. Actually look really nice. Like a lot of race cars they lack texturing in their liveries.
And
You see a lot of flat colors. We can see here it's coming out to Arif Hidayat right now.
Yep, this will be a battle for position. This will be about a battle for 6th position in the Pro-Am category. That would be worth a lot of points, especially given the fact that the 777 car is not having the best of starts to the season, so this is one way to bounce back. Their sister car, 77, is in P3, so that's one way to maintain the championship lead as we're going to have to stay with this battle between Chiesa and Hidayat. Very European name, although Pratama at the end shows that he is Indonesian.
That is true.
Ooh, Pratama nearly came a cropper there. He wouldn't want to go too wide because a couple of cars have actually whacked the barriers on the inside because of going too wide there.
Yeah, and not to mention you lose a lot of traction going over the curbs, especially coming out of that corner there when the rubber is always on the outside of the track right now.
Yep, that's another yellow flag, number 28. That's the Team Uncle car of Jonathan Takumi Lee, I would think. No, it's Ken Lau. Ken Lau is taking over, so Ken Lau has actually dropped it coming out of the second to last corner, so he's presumably over this key jump.
I actually didn't ask you, what track would you like to see for the next round?
I would like Honda, to be honest.
Yeah, it's true.
Because
It's pretty unanimous, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's a Grand Prix track, and again, it will make it 3 races in a row that we're racing anti-clockwise.
It's true, yes.
So we love that, but again, it's up to the audience vote. We can see it through Twitch, through YouTube, and Facebook. So that will be suggestions that we will take into account, and after that, we'll open up a poll for everybody for the next round.
Yeah, don't let us sway you to the...
Yeah.
Don't let us sway you with our opinions that Kota is the best track to use.
But it is the best track to use.
It is the best track to use.
We're like doing the whole panic buying thing, remember? You said, don't go and buy toilet paper, but then you have to buy toilet paper. It's that kind of energy.
This is kind of a subliminal messaging I would like to use in order to get people to vote for what we want instead.
Yes, and that's how you win elections.
Getting a bit political here, aren't we?
Yes. Anyway, there's been overtake for P5, I think, because Villanueva has been overtaken by Nabilas. Is that Nabil? No, Nakib.
Yes.
Nakib's still in the car, so Nakib has overtaken Andre Jensen Villanueva for P5 overall, but he is still P5 in his class.
Regardless, I think it's a pretty good effort for him, considering the fact that he ended up dropping to P9, or P8 was it?
9, yeah.
Nah, 9, and then he actually managed to claw his way back up to this. It's very commendable of him. Very good indeed, and you can see Ali Khairuddin here.
But it's again a mixed bag race for the Stratos guys because last time out in Bathurst they also had a very wild race.
Yep.
And the same thing again. So in a bigger picture, they have actually gained some points on the number 1 car, which is what they want. But it could have been more had it not been for those penalties.
Yeah, it is quite an unfortunate set of events that occurred. You can see here Ali Khairuddin trying to make it past the car here, driven by, I think it's... No, it's not. That was...
Yeah, that's a number 32 Raiden car. I think it is the Lamborghini, the sole, in fact, 2 Lamborghinis that are running in this race. That's one of them. So the number 32 has been overtaken quite cleanly. Now he's on his way to set off after car number 88, the MPR GP car, Ray Riskio.
You can see Demario Hasnam there. Not that far in front of him, actually.
Oh yeah, you're right. 2 seconds. So if he clears this traffic fast enough, we might have a battle for the podium.
That would be a sight to watch. We've still got about 2 hours and 3 minutes, almost reaching the halfway point of his endurance. How are you feeling?
Still feeling fresh about it. The fact that I'm going to be driving with a bit of an injured hand, so at least it won't be too much of a workout for me, at least.
Well, you can work out your other hand, learn how to drive one-handed.
I have to be bald and call everybody family for that.
No.
because he's always driving one hand holding the middle of the steering wheel.
Yeah, because his other hand is on the shifter that's actually an automatic, but maybe he makes it look like it's a manual.
And there's 12 gears because they always use up to go faster.
No, they're using truck gear. See, there's a high gear and a low gear.
Oh yeah, of course. And then there's the saying the go gear in NASCAR.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Chiesa, Pratama, and Hidayah are still going at it. In fact, I think Chiesa is still behind by about 6/10. So he hasn't gotten by his fellow Indonesian.
Yeah. Gary's still holding the fastest lap of the entire session. Letting Ali Khairuddin through now, so he can make a move on the Mario Haslam. Still about 2-second gap between those two. I wonder if he'll be able to close the gap within the next couple of laps before they have to. Actually, they don't have to swap yet.
Yeah. But for drivers who are running multiple cars, teams running multiple drivers, that will be a problem because you're going to have to squeeze in one driver to actually at least get through that minimum driving time, because that is the one that caught on the blue steel car in the first round. Would have been a podium, but unfortunately lost the lap, but still finished 4th. Regardless, that would be that's one of the best results for that particular team. But again, those mistakes can happen if you miscalculated.
That's true. We can go back down to the slightly near the bottom of the pack. We can see Arif Hidayat and Enrico Chiesi Pratama.
Yeah, Chiesa,
yes.
Oh,
I'm not very good with these names.
It's a weird name actually, because I think Enrico Chiesa may be a footballer's name for we know, because I know that there is Fabrizio Ravanoli in Indonesia.
Yeah. You can see here from the last timing gate, we did see that they were less than 2 seconds. They were less than a second apart, but it looks like the gap extended quite a bit. I wonder what happened there.
I think Chiesa might have made a mistake somewhere, because looks as though both cars are away unscathed, so it may have been a driving error on behalf of the 777 car. But anyway, now we're moving on here to up to P11. In fact, this is actually not for position in class, but overall between the number 88 MPR GP car of Rd3 Kyalami and Chan Kung Kong in the Raiden Esports number 32 Lamborghini. Oh, Wang's in the pits. So Gary Wang's actually pulled the trigger here and ready to come in by the hour.
Ooh, Rafa Arianza still staying out though.
Now that would be interesting. Remember, he made up 6 seconds in the previous stop, so Dafa was probably a bit more gingerly coming to the pits. Now we're gonna have to see whether Dafa will respond to this.
We are at the halfway mark, still a long way to go.
Marco's back in the car though. Marco Wong has jumped them back in, and it's a clean pit stop for that particular crew, so no such troubles with connection for the number 33 Z Challenger car.
Yeah, no need for bathroom breaks, no need for seat to get stuck or anything like that.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine.
Yep.
But because of that pit, Mario Haslam and Ali Khairuddin have actually managed to squeeze by him. It's up to him to make up the deficit.
Yep. But it's also up to Dafa how he comes with his in-lap. Now, will he go by the 1 hour and 10, or will he actually come into the pits immediately as a response, because it was only about 4 seconds between those two cars prior to the stop. And
He's
he doesn't.
not pitting.
And we know that he went almost all the way, so did the Mario Hasnam as well. So they're trying to make the most of that hour and 10 that they can.
Go back here to Nakima's line. Still. Actually, not.
No, he's way behind actually. He's
Yeah,
on
he
the
is
same
way
lap.
far behind. Yes.
Yeah, he's on the same lap, but he's way behind because Marco Wong actually has broken the timing beam in the next sector, and we still haven't seen Nakib across that one.
Yep.
So, a bit of no man's land, which again, you can see where Marco Wong is. He's actually towards the end of the lap, whereas Nakib is about to break through the first timing beam, so he's way further behind.
Very far behind,
He's
yes.
very far behind. So, in other words, yeah, he's in the no man's land, which again, we had to argue is what every single drivers want. They want a boring race.
They want clean air. They don't want to have to deal with any traffic. They want to be able to go at their own pace every time in order to stay consistent.
Yep, and you can probably watch the timing screen in between, like what Fernando Alonso does.
Yeah.
Oh, change of position overall then. Kun Kong has actually overtaken Rizkyo, and he's 7/10 ahead, so probably Rizkyo didn't want to risk it to get into a collision.
So here, you can look at Husby here, who's narrowed. Yeah, now there's still about 2 seconds between him and Alan Cruz.
And you know what? He probably can overtake him before Cruz comes to the pits, because remember, Tasby has actually come into the pits prior to this.
Yep.
He's one of the earlier stoppers, so If you could get at least track position on the guy who's supposed to be in front, that will help him out in his quest for championship points, because when they came into this, they finished third last time out in Bathurst. That was a good first round for them. Now they're going to have to drop this one.
Definitely, we could keep an eye out here for his progress. The gap is still a bit consistent, but as soon as Cruz enters the pits, him making his move will be inevitable.
Yep. Oh wait, no, he didn't have drop rounds because they didn't compete the first round anyway. So
Right.
yeah, they kind of stuffed it up slightly, but there's still pretty much hope if there's other incidents that can happen to other cars, like we saw in the number 1 car. How often can that happen? It's just pretty much part of online racing, isn't it? Online gaming, because internet connection everywhere may not be as stable as what you would think.
Yep. And not to mention the time that you spend behind having a screen like that. 4 hours straight. Well, not 4 hours straight because you do stints, but you do need to take breaks every once in a while.
Yep. Oh, number 730, that's Balagunin in the pits along with Rischio. That's important because Tasby was battling with the Veloci Riccardo Audi for position.
Let's see if he makes it past.
Yep, let's see whether or not he comes around. Is Balagunin already setting off? I don't think so. I think Balagunin's still in his box.
He hasn't moved yet. Yep, that means he's through.
Or has he?
Yes.
Guess yes. There you go. And now, let's see whether Joshua Nabus can actually keep up the fight with this. But looks as though Tasby has had a good intervening stint after his pit stop, because he really made up a lot of time on the 730.
Definitely. You can see here he's still trying to compete with Alan Cruz for that position.
Oh yeah, because Cruz hasn't come into the pits, and let's hope, knock on a lot of wood on his behalf, that he doesn't have that problem where he had prior to this. In contention for the win, but tumbled through the order after a issue that was out of his hands.
Yeah. It is quite unfortunate. Sometimes it's just the wrong day for you.
Yeah, and given the fact that Cruz is actually racing all the way in Norway.
Oh, yeah.
Despite being from the Philippines, but yeah, latency issues.
Yeah, that'll do it. Meanwhile, you can see here Ali Khairudin and Demario Haslam still holding on to second and third position on the podium, but you can see Marco Wong actually quite far behind them.
13 seconds only though, even though they're on the same lap right now. He would definitely be back up to second once these guys pit, but is Hasnam or Khairudin coming this time around, because there's only about 5 minutes left to go here?
Haslam doesn't pit, neither does Khairudin.
And Adiansa as well, incidentally.
He really is going max distance here.
74, that's the Y-Lap car in the wars. I think the BMW probably has spun it. Yep, he's into the dirt. A couple of cars have come across there. It looks like the easiest corner on the track, but in actuality it's one of the toughest, because it just is it's a climb, a blind entry, and then on the exit, if you actually go wide, you're going to spin off into the barrier on the inside.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's by our count 5 cars already in the wars over there.
The one solace that they have is that they haven't taken anyone else out with them.
Yeah. That tends to happen in Kyalami, especially in league racing, where multiple cars get involved in silly collisions, as Marco Wong then, well, no, that's actually Adiansa, sorry, same BMW colors. Adiansa comes out to the back of Nakib Aslan. This will be painful for Nakib, isn't it, to be overtaken by a guy that he should be battling for position up in front.
I think he wants to play a little bit defensively in order not to let him through, which would allow both Hasnam and Khairudin to make up the time.
But a lot of time has leaked, because we have to focus on where Wong is in relation to that. Oh, he's going to the inside already. Adiansa is actually overtaking Nakib there. So Nakib didn't put too much of a fight. Now he's going to have to stay behind his rear wing so that he could at least get some slipstream on this.
We really cursed that. I looked away the moment the pass happened.
Yes, but at least we get to see the outcome of that, and that is Adiansa through. And luckily, no histrionics again between these two. They just want to get over their races, but Nakib would definitely be cursing himself for having that stop and go prior to his, well, after his first stop.
Yeah, coming back out here, Mercedes letting them through.
Khairudin and Hasnam, 9/10 of a second. That's close. Whereas it's also close between Tasby and Cruz, so we got 2 different battles to look out for. We're focusing on this one first, as Hasnam in the Khairudin are waiting to really go beyond the 110 here. Well, they can't do that, of course, but they're trying to get as close as possible to the hour and 10 mark.
Yeah, let's see it on board with Ali Khairudin here. Still quite a bit behind Demario Haslam, but I think he'll be able to close him to the second. I mean, the BMW is just amazing.
Yeah, but Ferrari at least could be second fiddle to that particular juncture, as well as the McLaren, at least in the hands of Nakim and Nabil, are challenging up for the top positions. But again, we had a close battle at the front as Nakim now finally comes into the pits for his stop. He went as close as possible to the hour and 10, but not beyond that. So at least he will be safe for this one. Hopefully he gets the car stopped in time and not get another run.
I do believe that he will still maintain his P5 in-class position. I don't think Cruz will be able to make up the deficit. So he should still be in a pretty good position right now.
Yep, as we see whether or not Khairuddin and Hasnam are coming in. In fact, they have to come in now. This is actually beyond the hour and 10 here as we come up now. Let's see whether or not they're going to come in. Hasnam was very late to the pits last time. No,
He's not going in. They're both not going in.
but again, they have to consider this. They were late last time out, so probably because they haven't hit the hour and 10 mark. Probably have been warned by their in-game engineer to come in this lap.
They're trying to make as much time as possible because Marco Wong, not that far behind.
Yep, that's,
That's very close.
That's as close as possible to the marbles and the wall, but he comes through it safely to start yet another lap. There is a Nakim Aslan out of the pits. So Nakim now, that's a quick stop. I think he didn't even take on tires. Nabil's in the car, but looks as though they probably double stick the tires too.
Will the tires be able to last that long?
Tentatively can, but you're gonna have to drive as carefully as possible to make it through.
It seems like he does have to be very. I think he's got a pretty good buffer for himself in order to stay in that position most of the game. But he can go back down to Tasman.
Tasbe is overtaken. Tasbe has overtaken Alan Drake Cruz for position. Right. So, let's see then how Alan will respond to this. Right then. So, Tasbe is overtaken Cruz for position. That is not for pit stops. That's not for positions, of course. Well, that's for positions, yes, but again, different strategies right now because he's pretty much off sync, Tasbe. So maybe Cruz thought about better of that and just let him through, waiting for the race to come back to them in the final hour.
Yeah, but it does look like he's gotten himself straightened out, trying to prepare for a counter attack. Will he be able to close the gap between him and Tasbe?
Don't think so. I don't think so. He could actually get him through that because right now it looks as though Tasbe has got the bit between his teeth, whereas Cruz is towards the end of his cycle here with the tires and he has to come to the pits.
Alright. Let's see here. Are they going to pit? They haven't pit.
But they're probably on the cusp of it right now. They're really getting close to the end of the hour.
The gap is still relatively small between both Khairuddin and Aslam here. If Khairuddin wants to make a move, it has to be within this lap. Otherwise, both of them will have to pit.
Yep. Very, very close here between these two. But it will be interesting to see how they're going to fare when they come out of the pits. That's important. Whether or not track positions stay the same or one has jumped over the other.
Yeah, Marco Wong is not that far behind them as well. If they make it to the pit, it may take just a smidge too long. Marco Wong will be right on that hill.
Well, we're not worrying about Marco Wong. It's between themselves actually. Wong has to be concerned about where Adianza is in relation to him.
Right.
And again, Adianza has actually stayed out for yet another lap. So I think because they pitted so late last time out, the counter actually has jumped beyond the hour 10 by the hour mark.
Right.
If that makes sense. So that's why he can actually stay out a bit longer.
Hang on a second. A drive-through penalty?
Or, Naim, so he's just come through. And maybe that's for pit stop infringement, or that could be an actual infringement of another driver. Checking in now. It was actually for a careless mistake.
Oh, okay.
So that was the case, and unfortunately for Amir Naim, he had to trundle through the building there. Now we're back up to the battle for second. Right, so coming up now to the battle for second here between Ali Khairuddin and Mario Hasnam. Hasnam is being held here by traffic. This is the number 74 Y-Lab BMW for Danny Afandi. Afandi goes to the left-hand side of the circuit. Now, oh, he goes to the right. Wow, that is actually dangerous. He could have picked his line and just stayed there, but it probably gave Hasnam a bit of a scare, but Kyalami was watching brief, and he will probably be the big beneficiary because he was not caught dwelling on it.
Yeah, 4 tenths down. Hasnam gained a lot of time coming in.
Well, that was a shocker, isn't it? You do not want to have a back marker become that unpredictable. You just hold the line and just come through. But he thought twice, and luckily no accident happened there. But that gave a couple of drivers a fright.
Yeah, I think there was still a bit of time they had to react to it. But in racing in general, the first thing you want to do is to be predictable.
Yep, but indeed, at least it's predictable and not cause a big accident. But any other driver will probably react to that. But luckily, because they have focused on their own battle, they didn't do it. As Hasnam and Kyalami comes through again, as Kyalami is probably going to stay in the car a bit longer because his fellow co-driver Fahad has not had enough driving time in their practice as well to come through. So that's why Kyalami is making the most of his stint. But out of the final corner there, Hasnam got a very poor run. Kyalami has the slipstream onto the first corner. Would it be? No. No way through just yet. But Hasnam knows he's there.
Pressure is on, completely mounting. Ali Kyalami coming in. He get a good line through it. Not quite. Might go a bit wide here. Lose a bit of time to Hasnam. Hasnam is driving very defensively. Driving defensively very well, I might add.
Yep. Again, no dirty tactics. Just proper good driving. Although you can see that the Ferrari is struggling a bit. Going very wide there through Sunset Bend on the coast, just on the cusp of getting a cut track warning. Kyalami is probably just watching here, not overdriving the car too much.
Yeah, trying to figure out if there was a point where he can actually mount an attack. It has to be before he shows up. Meanwhile, Dafa Alianza are finally entering the pits. But that does mean they'll be able to narrow the gap a little bit between second and first.
Yes, but crucially, how close is Marco Wong in relation to the both of them?
Let's find out.
Yep.
There is a yellow flag there.
32, that's the Raiden car. That's Edwin Law. Edwin is in a very dangerous position, and the front runners are actually coming through right now to the final sector, but
Careful when you enter the track.
you should be able to recover that car quickly.
Alright, let's find that. Bit slick coming in for Ali Kyalami there. Those tires must be shot.
Well, for Hasnam, it's even worse because he's been driving hard here to keep the gap in front.
Still not going in.
Well, Alianza is actually the earliest of the two here.
Dafa's taking a bit wild, and they might be able to catch his tail.
Oh, 74. That's the Y-lap car again into the barriers. And he spins it around. Luckily, the leaders have gone through. There's Nabil going through now. Where is Marco Wong in relation to Fadli Rahmat, who's in the car now? He's across the line. Fadli is only 6 seconds ahead. So again, the gap stabilized. But crucially, there was a bit of time gain. In fact, Marco's right out to the back of Fadli now. Game is on here between these two, and this is the battle for the win, Damon.
Definitely so. You can see there a lot of stress riding on these right now. Fadli Rahmat did come out of the pits just behind Ali Kyalami and Hasnam, but they will have to pit. There is no two ways of going about it. They will have to pit. Question is, when?
Yeah, that's a big win, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whether or not these two are going to come in. But again, it doesn't matter how far these guys are ahead prior to the stops.
Right.
It will be number 17, 33 up in front because they have been leading the way. The delta prior to that is way too big. But Hasnam really is staying out so long here. They might have to come in now because, again, the hour in 10 will be looming large on them as Villanueva comes into the pits outside of our cameras from the lead of Pro-Am. Marco Wong, though, only 1.2 seconds again. The pit stop work from the Z Challenger team is absolutely on point. They've managed to get yet more time out of that. Game is on, David.
Oh, yes it is. You can see double BMWs. There is no difference in performance between these two. Marco Wong being really aggressive, coming in. Finally, a little bit on the grass there. Might lose a bit of grip, but that is actually a really good line. His is right on the tail of Fadli Rahmat, coming out to the final straight. Will he will have a good run? He is in control. He might have a good slipstream coming in. You can see that. So, be patient. Don't be too angsty. Coming in. Nice line coming from over them. Finally just slightly missing the impact.
Yep.
Coming in.
No, they're still out. In fact, on the inside, he goes through. Oh, Marco was thinking about it, and finally was well averse to that because we know how these two are actually quite competitive drivers. They have raced in SRO Asia before, and they know how each other's driving styles are like. But Marco has already been in the race. He's already up to speed. Finally, just got in, so he has to get acclimatized very quickly here, David.
Yeah, it does look like there is a sense of unfamiliarity when it comes to piloting the car driven by Fali Rahman right now.
But to go in front, Hasnam has been overtaken by Khairuddin, so that's crucial track position there. Two different races up in front, but it's the battle for the podium and the win that is concerning here right now. Net third place for Khairuddin in front of fourth place Hasnam. So Hasnam has given up the position here, and they're gonna have to come into the pit soon because otherwise they will go beyond that driving stint limit. Khairuddin then driving the wheels of that BMW and getting a very good podium out of it.
Yeah, slightly. Looks like he went past the curbs a little bit.
He's coming in. Khairuddin's coming in.
But Hasnam isn't.
Yeah, oh, Hasnam's actually inherited the lead race, but he is staying out way longer than we expected, and now he is coming through here to take the lead race. But how long does he have left to go? We don't really know. How long does he have time for before coming into the pits?
Very close.
Fali Rahman. Let's look at what Marco Wong. Where's Marco Wong? A 10 behind.
Oh my god, he's right behind him.
Outside camera, we need to see how they're going to go through side by side here. Switches on the inside. Marco Wong on the inside takes the net lead of the race. That is a good maneuver. He sold the dummy to Fali Rahman, and he had no answer to that. But Rahman, for sure, would have gotten the tires up to temperature now. He will not give this up because these two guys and two crews, brand new teams coming into here, are at it for the race win.
This is for the win, of course. You see here, Fali Rahman doesn't want to squander the lead that Alianza gave him. Swing in.
Yep. Ooh, close! Oh, that's very close there from Fali. He nearly misjudged that, but maybe Marco, that was the intention. He wanted to brake early so that he stalls the momentum. Now, that would have been a race-defining collision.
I think that secured the pass for him. He's clear. He does look like he's completely clear now.
Yep, but wait. His tires are a bit older because
That
he
is
came
true.
in. So he's coming in. He came in sooner, about 2 to 3 laps before that. So Fali will have the tires cut back to him towards the end of the race.
I think the car pitted maybe like 3-4 laps before Alianza did. That sounded about right.
Yep.
Hasnam here.
And Fahad Ghafoor, the second driver.
He's finally going into the pits.
Yep, Hasnam's coming in, but Fahad Ghafoor has told us that there's still some more time to drive. So, yep, that hypothesis was right. They came in late to the first stints.
Yep.
Take into account 1.5 minutes, close to 2 minutes for the pit stop itself,
Right.
and then the timer sets again. So we cannot say for sure because we don't have individual times that are on the screen to tell where they are. But Hasnam is finally in. Now, where is he in relation to Fahad Ghafoor?
Let's see. Oh, that's quite a bit of distance actually.
Yeah, and Fahad did have little to no practice at all coming into this, so he will definitely be a bit rusty, but we know how he could be. He's got the ability and capability to drive the wheels of that car.
I assume he will be able to adapt very quickly to this track as well. You can see here, we're back to the race between Fali Rahman and Marco Wong. Fali Rahman actually setting pretty good time.
Yep, a 41.7 that time, and a 42.9, because remember, take into account the fact that Fali just came out of the pits that time, so may not be representative of his actual pace, but crucially though, that track position gained by Marco Wong will be a psychological blow for the number 17 crew because they were leading the race since the very beginning.
Yeah, definitely. You can see here, Rialto Ristofani finally leaving the pits. The difference between here and Fali Ghafoor, not that far off actually.
Yeah, it says 9 seconds there, but you have to remember because he crossed the line 9 seconds as Ristofani was actually exiting the pits. So we'll wait and see until they come through the first timing beam, which is not that far away now, onto the sunset bend. There's Ristofani crossing it now. Ristofani's come through. Where is Fahad Ghafoor in relation to them?
4.6.
4.6 seconds.
That's pretty close. Finally here, I think he's given up on the attack. He just needs to drive at his own pace right now and hopefully wait for Marco to have a mistake. But if anything, we've seen that these teams, they very rarely make mistakes.
Yep. And given the fact that Challenger are an NSRO seasoned team as well, along with the Wake Coast Split Table team. Please come back, by the way, guys. We really miss you. these Hong Kong teams are really fast. They prove that they can drive not only just front-wheel drive cars, but rear-wheel drive cars as well, because touring cars, especially TCRs, are the staple, the diet staple.
A lot of practice there coming from Stefani. Currently no man's land for the 4. Not quite close enough to mount an attack. We'll have to see if there are any other battles happening right now on the grid. It doesn't look like there is in particular. They're not battling for position in class, rather battling for their own positions. You can see Joshua Nabas and the Audi. Just behind Faris Aksan. And we're looking through right now, you can see that the splits between these two cars, Fadi Rahman and Marco Wong, are still not that different. They could still technically be in contention for P1 right now. But Fadi Rahman is slightly off the pace. Look at the one cam here, quite far off of Marco Wong, who is now comfortably in the lead. While we go back here, Fadi and Rd3 Kyalami, we're seeing the timing in now. The gap has extended. So I don't think Fagafo will be able to catch up to Stefani anytime soon. It's not for now, unless a fatal mistake happens.
Well, 1.4 seconds, that is just a blink of an eye, isn't it, in endurance racing? Because we saw how in Le Mans this year, 2 minutes may look like a lot, but in real time when it happens, especially after Toyota car,
Right.
a lot of time can be lost in just a split second.
Yeah, I mean 2 minutes in Le Mans is like what, half a lap?
Very puny.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if that mistake from the Toyota didn't happen, we would have had a barnstorming finish. The Ferrari would have been sweating there at that time, especially given the fact they had to cycle through again through the pit stops.
Yeah, that's true. I only watched Le Mans because of the NASCAR. That was it.
Well, we watched Le Mans for the whole thing because this year was the 100th year of the
that's
race.
true.
It was significant, but again, it shows that how in an endurance race, even a 2-second gap or a 20-second gap is very close.
Yeah.
It's that much. If it's a lap, that's a bit of a buffer.
Yeah, in proportion to how long the actual race is, yeah, definitely not a very large amount of time. You see here, finally, actually narrowing the gap. Marco Wong in the lead now. Will be able to hold it for very long if finally keeps his pace up.
Yep.
Slowly inching, ever closer to Marco Wong.
Indeed. As Napos then. Sorry, I was looking at some of the gaps there. He's only about 800 behind Faris Ahsan. But up in front, 1.2 seconds. It's going to be a barnstorming finish towards the end of this race if they keep this up.
Yeah, definitely. It's pretty intense. I never expected the fights at the front of the pack to be this intense, actually.
Yep. As we are now going through the standings here, as we are going to go to the commercial break. Damon, you can run through the table.
Okay, in first place right now we have Marco Wong. In second place, Team Fadi Rahman. Both of them in BMWs actually, and this goes to show how strong BMWs are here. Number 3, Rd3 Stefani in the Ferrari. Fahad Ghafoor in another BMW. We have Nabil Azlan actually maintaining his P5 position with the McLaren. Alexis Clapano, position 6 in the Huracan GT3. Muhammad Tasbi driving a Ferrari. Just in front of him, just behind him is Faris Aksan, also in Ferrari. Joshua Nabas in 9th place with the only Audi in top 10 right now.
Yep.
And in 10th place we have Ariadi Vishnu.
Yep, and crucially though, Clapano still holds the lead in Pro-Am, way ahead of Faris Hassan in the pole, sitting number 82 MPR GP car. So that's the state of play right now as we come into the final Grand Prix distance race. This is 1.5 hours to go.
Yep.
We'll be right back after a short word from our sponsors.
Computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello and welcome back. We are back from our commercial break. This is ERGP Endurance Edition as we're coming into the final stretch of our 4-hour endurance at Kyalami Circuit here. Well, since we came back from our break, it looks like the times haven't really changed that much. The positions haven't changed either. You can see Marco Wong still in first place, ahead of Fadli Rahmat. Rialto Ristafani and Fahad Ghafoor slowly trailing behind. Nabil Azlan in 5th place with Alexis Clapano in 6th. Muhammad Tasbih in 7th. Followed by Faris Aksan, Joshua Nablus, and Aryadi Vishnu, filling up the final 10 top 10 slots. You can see here, it's been pretty intense since our last commercial break. You see Fadi Rahman, the gap between him and Marco Wong have extended quite a bit. You can see right now, Marco Wong cleanly 2 seconds ahead. Meanwhile, in front, Rialto Ristafani, that car just teleported out of nowhere. I had no idea where that came from. Go to the helicam, away, letting the back marker pass. Back marker letting him through. Another one. Still clearing traffic right now. Fahad Ghafoor might take this time to keep up with him. Doesn't look like he's that close though to take advantage of it. So in the meantime, this is pretty much the only race we'll be able to check out. With Fadli Rahman and Marco Wong both driving the BMW GT3 car. Marco Wong having a very clear lead over Fadli right now. 2 seconds, nothing to scoff at. We had seen quite a bit of position changes as well as some spins coming from the back half of the pack, but all that is par for the course when it comes to races like these. We're gonna stay on Fadli Rahman for a bit, see if he'll be able to make up some time. He does seem to be narrowing the gap a little bit, slowly getting familiar with the track. I see. The question is, will he be able to close the gap before the next driver change? Right now, it does seem like these 4 are going to be consistently in their own zones, with the exception of P1 and P2. But check out Nabil Azlan here, not that far behind, actually quite far behind, about 50 seconds actually. Or nearly a minute actually behind everyone else right now. But he's still comfortably P5 in his class and will hopefully hold on to that position all the way until the end of the race. You can see the gaps here. Not very many battles are occurring on the grid right now. Everyone is running at their own pace. So we're going to stay on Fali Rama for a bit because the story here right now is whether or not he'll be able to claw back the lead that Dafa Adiansa had provided for him before the swap. Marco Wong driving his heart out right now, making it seem quite textbook actually, holding on to that lead. That lead has consistently been about maybe 2.5 seconds in between, and it does seem like he will be carrying it forward. Now, both these cars are relatively new to the ERGP, and both of them do not carry any ballast on them as well. So these are their cars performing at peak performance. Let's see here, slowly coming in. I want to see an onboard lap with Fali Rahman. We can have an explore around the track as we go. It's quite far, just a speck in the dust is Marco Wong there in front. Coming up the first turn into the back straight. The gap is still extended. Marco Wong is slowly putting away, but they're about to hit the first timing gate now. We'll see whether the difference has increased or decreased. It does seem like Fali is not as clean to some of these corners, although it does seem that Marco Wong kicked up a bit of gravel, making a bit of sand there coming out of that corner. After the first timing gate, the difference is 3 seconds, so it has been extending. And Marco Wong is just slowly pulling away. Wouldn't even be visible on Fali's screen after a while here. Meanwhile, Rialto Ristofani doing his best lap. Actually, quite fast. Setting in the fastest lap of the race so far, 140.7. Just slightly ahead of Z Challenger Racing's fastest lap in the car, which is also 147. But about 300ths of a second behind. That is blistering pace actually coming in from the MPR GP car here, the Ferrari. And it does mean that the gap between him and Fahad Ghafoor will be extending quite substantially. You can see here the gap is still about 13 seconds between those two. And even further still in the back, nearly one lap down is Nabil Aslan in the McLaren. The sole McLaren in top 10 right now, along with Joshua Nabas, sole Audi in top 10 right now. Cutting into the traffic here, you can see, oh, there is a battle for position, I believe, between Aulia Wafi Yamata and Presti Martono. There is a slight battle there. I think it may have ended already, considering the gap between them was quite large earlier. Felix Zhang actually quite close to Ilham Karim Shakil. You can see here there might be, this is a battle for position right now. We'll go over to the onboard just to check progress. There is traffic in front of him, but the question is, will they be able to defend? Will Shakil be able to defend against Felix here? Coming in for the attack. Will he be moving line? Quite a tight line coming through there, right onto the bumper of Shakil here. Coming in slowly. Don't push it too far. A bit wide into the line. Nice exit though. Early, you can see that. Trying to make a move, trying to make a move is Felix. Might look like he robbed the defender a little bit there, but it's fine. Shakil trying his damnedest to defend right now. But we're fighting in the middle of traffic as well, so this will be a bit dangerous. It's coming out over the front straight. Shakil pulls away, a bit of better acceleration for Felix. Oh, Felix here. This is a battle for position, P13. Overall, P13 overall, and I believe this is the P4 in class. Sorry, P3 in class. So close there. I almost saw some contact. Felix a little bit of on the exit there, a little bit wide. Probably the better line to take from here. This is Shakil. It does seem like he is losing a bit of grip on those tires though. Does the battle as it is slowing them down, giving space for other cars to move on. Braking a bit early there is Shakil and Audi. curb, might lose a bit of traction there. That means you go wide on the second part of the S-curve. Let's see here. You gotta make this move stick if you want to keep it. Doesn't seem to be able to do any favor on Shaquille, doing a very good job at defensive driving. Right now. This is the most intense battle we've had in quite a while. As you can see here, Marco Wong is still extending the gap, almost 4 seconds ahead of Fadi Rahman here. Going a bit wide there, might let it tail out a little bit. Felix coming in. Again. Another lap down, coming in the final straight. Might go a bit wide there. Just tidy it up, but that loses him a bit of time again. Let's see here. See how the car looks as it maneuvers around the corner. Flag there. It has to be letting them through. You have to be letting them through. Felix going a bit wide. Oh, that's going to be a bit of trouble getting past, but that means Felix has time to make a move. Doesn't make it stick, unfortunately. Shaquille still holding on to that lead. It is breakneck right now. The pressure that Shaquille must be feeling to keep Felix off of him. Coming in there. Going a bit wide there is Shaquille. Gives Felix a bit more time. Comes right up to the bumper again. He's got to make something happen. Whether that's off pressure, Shaquille making a mistake, or Felix just out driving him remains to be seen. You can see here. Sliding a bit is the BMW. Very intense indeed. Coming in. Trail braking. Keeping it nice and tidy through the corner. Slightly better exit. Not good enough, unfortunately. Still making a move. We're going to go back to the onboard good cam here. See just exactly what the lines here is that he's taking to these. And Shaquille braking early just to throw Felix off of his rear. Just enough to keep him off of his back. Another 3 laps down. Very close to lead. Yeah, to the back straight. Been watching this for about 3 laps now. Still nothing has happened. But you can tell the immense amount of pressure these two drivers are under right now. Felix has to make a move. Shaquille has to defend. Shaquille a bit wide on the line there, but I think that was the better line outside. Oh, what was that? What was that? Something just happened to the car in front. I think that was car number... Let's see what car it was. It was... Yeah, it was Jason Kong. He went wide a little bit there from the Academy. Tried to let them through, didn't actually get anything done there. Go back, going quite a bit wide. Felix still trying to mount the attack there. Shaquille braking a bit early, just to throw Felix off of his game, coming through the next S turns, S corners, curves, words. Difficult to try and follow because you're taking up so much of the track as a defensive in order to defend yourself. And Kyalami has a lot of overtaking spots, but also it's quite dangerous to even attempt these, especially if both drivers are driving at the same pace. The lines are almost identical. Just trying to make that might be an opportunity for him. 2 tires on the grass and Shaquille back onto the final straight. This is lap 5 for their battle right now. He does have a good toe though. Will he be able to stitch up? Oh, trying to stay in the toe. Oh, Shaquille dodges a bit too far to the left in order to defend. Does that mean he'll get the pass happen? No, it doesn't seem like it. Felix slowed down a bit too much. Shaquille got the inside track on that first turn. And it looks like we're back to where we started. Coming into the back straight. First time here right now. Very intense racing here, ladies and gentlemen. Braking a bit early there. Braking a bit too much there, I think. Carried a bit too much speed. That is Felix. has Shaquille heavily under pressure right now. Right up on his heels. Really good go again. Oh, a little bit of a bump there. Throw Shaquille off his line, but might give Felix a little bit of time to make a move. Doesn't seem like it is, but he's so close there. If he brake checks you. Oh, he's trying to make the pass happen. Will he be able to make it stick this time? Goes around the outside. Doesn't catch it. Hasn't seemed to be able to make it stick because he just doesn't have the good line outside of that corner. From the helicam now. Let's see just how close these two cars are. And the thing about a battle like this is that it will take a massive toll on your tires as well. So after this battle is over, there's no telling if any other cars might end up challenging them for the current spot. Looks like here again onto the final straight. Oh, Felix doesn't have quite a good exit as he did last lap. I mean, Shaquille might be able to pull away just slightly. Coming in through here, into the first corner. Blue flag out there, that means he has to let his teammate through right now. The Audi in front. Coming into it. I'm speechless right now. I'm kind of mesmerized at how this battle is going on. It's been going on for about 6 laps right now. I haven't really been paying attention to anything else. But it looks like he's going to make it happen. Oh, has to slow down for a bit because Shaquille took the inside track on that line a little bit. Trying to cut in. And now another battle. Oh, Felix trying to go the outside. Again, can't make it stick, but he's right there. If he could brake just a little bit later, if only he could brake just a little bit later, he'd be able to make it. But he can't right now. Again, another attempt. Oh, bit of contact there. Bit of fender rubbing. Shaquille goes wide. Does that mean Felix gets the inside track? He does. He gets a good exit. Oh, a little bit more contact there. Felix does actually finally make the pass happen. And that was quite the finale, quite the ending to a battle that spanned the course of nearly 6 laps. Incredible. The best races are always in the midfield, ladies and gentlemen. See Felix now clear of Shaquille there. And now he has to spend quite a bit of time keeping up that pace. That battle has really taken down his deltas. Quite a bit off the mark right now. Meanwhile, top 5 still in their own no man's land. There's a bit of a gap here between Marco and Fali. Extended to nearly 5 seconds. Yeah, it's quite difficult for Fali to keep up now. So it has to be a different strategy to employ. Route towards Stefani. Again coming in. We are slowly approaching the 9th section of this race, which will make the race a bit more difficult for the drivers since they'll be driving in near total darkness. They won't be able to see what's coming up as well as they did earlier. You can see it now. The sky is already completely, almost going dark here over at Kyalami. And maybe Fali would be able to make some time here. Although driving a track that you're not too familiar on at night is quite the harrowing ordeal, I must say. Let's see Matono. Over the back of the top 10 drivers here right now. Currently P8 in class. Yadi Vishnu. Not that far ahead actually. He could make some distance here. There might be another battle we have on our hands here. Another MPRGP Ferrari right now. The BMW slowly chasing him. About 1.5 second gap. Vishnu does have traffic to contend with, so this could be time for Presley to make up a position as he comes in. Can go on board here. You see, slowly keeping up. As we get past the first time marker, giving way there, we have to see whether or not he actually makes any time at all. Oh, he does. It's below a second now. He's definitely on pace to make another attack. And this is the second time we'll be able to see an MPRGP car defending the position. There you go. First it was an Audi, now it's a Ferrari. But matter how different they may be, sometimes they always stay the same. There you go. Martono closing in onto Vishnu here. Really making it, really wanting to make something happen now. Vishnu. Oh, that Ferrari beat. It's not good enough though, and Martono's right on your bumper. Coming in. I think this might be another multi-lap battle here, but we'll see if Vishnu will be able to defend as well as Shaquille did last time around. Into the final straight. I don't think he's close enough for the total. It's not Ferrari. No, BMW does have better acceleration though. Coming into T1 here. Slowly. Very tight line there. Might be room. Slight pressure. Vishnu here. Vishnu going a bit wide. Missing the impact on some of these corners. Still mounting the offensive. There's Martono here in the BMW. Definitely under some heavy pressure here. Breaking a bit early, trying to defend his position. Again, Martono does have the tighter line through here. But all we still have to do is make sure he stays in the way. You can see Martono trying to make a move. Will he be able to make a mistake? Does make the pass happen. Vishnu has no choice but to let him through, but the question is, will he be able to make a stake? As Vishnu does have the better exit out the line, but the BMW does have slightly better acceleration. Will the Ferrari be able to catch up just before they hit the next curve? Let's see. No, it doesn't seem like it. Oh, but Vishnu does seem like he's going for mountain attack. Coming in there. No, BMW does have a better exit out of the end, and I think that should be the end of that. That is the pass by Presley Martono. Oh,
wow, JMX really coming strong again.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome here, Alex Young, to support me in the final stretches of this endurance race.
Hey, good to speak with you, Damon.
Yeah, it
Quite
has
an
been
interesting
a while.
race so far.
Definitely.
So, shame about JMX Phantom having that disconnect earlier on, but yeah, fighting for the lower reaches of the points, just doing what they can, I guess.
Yeah, the point of this race is that if you end up in a bad situation, the only thing you can do is make the best out of it, make the most out of it. I mean.
That is true. These 4-hour race, you actually think it's a bit of an endurance race, don't you? But it's almost like a sprint, really, isn't it?
As a driver that doesn't normally do endurances, 4 hours is an endurance for me. But you can see Marco here pressing the 100 lap mark consistently, still far ahead. Extending the gap even further over Fali Rahmat here, nearly 5 seconds. Fali Rahmat doesn't seem to have a chance to keep up with him anymore.
Yeah, it really seems like Fadli did not get the chance to practice as much for this round as he normally does, because he's normally a lot quicker, isn't he? And we saw his teammate just flying, but Dafa was flying in the first 2 stints. But still, you know, podium would be a pretty good result for them. And the win's still not out of it, really, isn't it? Because 5 seconds, you know, just over 1 hour to go, still a lot can happen.
Yeah, there'll be at least one more driver change before the end of this endurance. So anything can happen, really.
Yeah. Well, I think Dafa did 2 stints, so Fadli will have to do 2 stints as well to finish up.
Yeah.
But, you know, he'll need to find a bit more pace if he's going to challenge for the win, I think. It must be quite difficult out there.
Definitely. So you can see here on the back marker we have Rialto Ristofani and Fadli Ghafour.
Yeah.
These were 2 contenders for P3, but the gap has just widened between them since the last time we saw them.
Yeah, well, Ristofani with, what's the team's name? MPGP. They won the previous round at Bathurst. Really, really good performance. I don't think they're running any success battles still yet. So good to see the Ferrari up there. But yeah, it's very much a BMW track today. And I think they're really maximizing what they can do. I mean, they'll be super happy with 3rd in the championship. Third in the round today.
Yeah, definitely so. By the way, just in case you guys have missed it, we are deciding on what the next round will be at, where it will be at. I voted for Circuit of the Americas, but the vote is up to the audience to decide. So we'll have a poll up pretty soon, and then you can make your decision there.
Yeah. Well, previously we've always done Silverstone as the penultimate round. I wonder if anyone will vote for that. That's some good racing there. I heard you guys mention Watkins Glen as well.
Yes.
But yeah, Koto would be good too.
As we go back here to Nabi Azlan, who's actually maintained a very consistent 5th place over the past hour and a half, I would say. Very in no man's land as we speak, but being able to run his own race and at his own pace does mean that you won't commit as many mistakes as you would normally in a battle.
Yeah, well, I think they're going to end up leading the championship after this because of the issues with JMX. But yeah, it's tough for this team, isn't it? Because that drive-through penalty for speeding the pit lane is, I don't think they can catch Gafur in 4th position, and maybe 5th is the best they can hope for, which is a shame, really, because I think with JMX having a bad day, Laundry House not here, they really should have been, they've been aiming for the top 3, top 2.
Yeah, there's definitely a podium finish was definitely in the cards for them, but being nearly a lap down of Gafur here probably means this will be as far as Stratos Motorsports ends up for this round.
Yeah, I mean this round could end up being the drop round for all top 3 in the championship at the moment. Stratos, Laundry House, JMX. Yeah, bad round for them, really.
Definitely. If it was the track itself or maybe just bad luck, it's hard to say. But as we're coming up to the night section of this race, nighttime is actually really scary.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, when it's totally dark, it is a little bit tricky. I prefer being the guy that goes from day to dark, because then it gets gradually darker, so you have a while to get your eye in and stuff, and I think that works. It's a bit easier to see where everything is.
Yes, but in general though, I think it would be quite difficult for you to come in as a new driver, especially if you start out at night, just because you don't have time to acclimatize yourself to the track.
Exactly, it is a bit tricky, especially when you get a bit older. I've noticed this. I don't see so well in the dark, so it can get a bit tricky.
You see Fadi Rahman coming up to a back marker.
Yeah.
They should be letting him through right now, but that does mean he'll be held out a little bit. Marco Wong continue to extend the lead up to 6.3 seconds now. The lead has just consistently grown since Fadi came into the race.
Yep.
As we go through the gap, I don't seem to see that many battles happening right now. So it seems like everyone is now able to run it at their own pace. Next time we see something happen, it might be during the next driver change.
Yeah, well, some of them will have the driver changes, some won't. But yeah, I think the top 3. Both the drivers in the top 3 have been very strong. So even if you change driver, don't change driver, I pretty much think that top 3 is kind of set. Fahad Gafur in 4th is quite far off the top 3, and then Nabil Aslan and Stratos is way off. So it might be interesting to see what the battle for Pro-Am is going to be. Is Clapano? What sort of lead does Clapano have over the car in 2nd position?
Seems Clapano is over a lap up on Faris Aksan right now.
Yeah, so that's pretty much done as well. So it's kind of spread out. We should see the battle for 11th overall, though. Tasby there is trying to come through.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be able to keep up here. Oh, I think he actually just passed Piranata.
No, he's just all the way.
He's
all
behind, yes.
just behind. Ooh, on the switchback gets him. So now it's a drag race down to the first corner.
Both of them
And
being
on the
Ferraris.
left. Yeah. Oh, Tasby have the inside for turn 1, so it's looking really good for him.
Actually, is making a stake, definitely. Piranata might try for a counter attack, but it doesn't seem like it's likely.
Yeah. But it's a good recovery drive for this team as well, isn't it? I mean, they had some issues in the third quarter, and now they're back up to P9 in their class.
Yeah, it does seem like the luck has reversed for some of these teams.
Yeah. Let's see who else is up. Oh, so he's only 7 seconds behind Navas, so that's definitely catchable. You know, Tasby here within the race, he could make a couple positions.
Definitely so. They still got about an hour left. He has all the time in the world to make it. I think the gap between Vishnu and himself is only about 14 seconds, so he could actually make that time up quite quickly.
Runs a bit wide there, but got some traffic in front of him. Looks like a car of Jonathan Kumi Lee, I think, is in that Team Uncle car.
Yeah, the back marker for most of these right now.
Yep.
And I seem to have noticed that Felix Jung here has surrendered his lead to Shakil. He was in front of Shakil after an intense 5 to 6 lap battle and somehow ended up 2 positions behind now. I'm wondering what happened there. Maybe there was an incident, maybe he spanned. Doesn't seem to be a yellow flag, so I think it was just bad luck.
Oh dear. But well, Tasby still hasn't, you know, the car behind is still in touch with this car as he goes to lap the Team Uncle car.
Letting them both through.
Ferrari follows him through. Yeah.
Renata doesn't seem to be close enough to make a move happen, but maybe if Tasby somehow makes a mistake, he'll be able to capitalize on that. They are quite close, about half a second split between them. That's the first time he gained about 6/10. You can see there is a battle for P18 now. I can see here number 4 car of Darryl Brady and number 777 car of Ricky Satria. There is a battle happening here for position.
Well, Darryl Brady's always in the green Porsche. That seems to be his thing. He's always in a Porsche. Loves Porsche. Doesn't matter what platform he's on, what car he's driving. If there's a Porsche in that field, he will pick it. Yeah, coming under some pressure from Ricky Satria there. Team Techno. And it'll be quite interesting to go on board with Satria. See where he's faster and slower than Brady. Back part of the track right now. Back straight really kinda, but you're flat out throttle for such a long time. Gosh. Looks good on the brakes, doesn't he?
Very good indeed. Brady actually had quite a decent race at start, but a couple of incidents ended up pushing him quite far in the back of the pack. And now he has to contend with P18 right now, but even then he probably won't be able to keep it.
Yeah, Satria there getting lapped by someone just letting him through. So he has to be careful here. If he can just stay in the slipstream, maybe he can take advantage of this leader lapping Brady in front of him and he can kind of sneak through. Kyalami is, you know, it's a high downforce track. It's not easy to overtake. You know, really here into turn 1 is probably the best opportunity to overtake. But if he can just follow the leader really closely here, he'll nip by Brady and maybe that unsettles Brady and Satria can find a way through too.
Seems, but apparently on the other side of the track, Edwin Lau has a drive-through penalty.
Well,
I wonder for what reason.
Yeah, and Satria's goes through. He's on the outside. Let's see from the outside cam. Yeah, it looks like he's gone through, and he's through past Brady.
Impressive move coming in from Satria here. I love those techno colors. You can see here, moving up on the field, we can see Faris Aksan here, slightly behind Presi Martono. Not in the same class, but it is quite competitive between these two cars right now.
I think Martono must have just made an overtake. But yeah, Aksan not giving any fight. I think he knows he's not in the same class, not in the same race.
Right, let's go back to Darryl Brady here, who is trying to mount a counter-attack over Satria. Oh no, he goes into the pits. I think that means his stint is done. He'll be able to have one more stint.
Last round of pit stops coming up for everyone.
does look like he will surrender some more positions. Let's see if Ikram Hussein here. Oh, as I say that, I think I cursed him a little bit because he just went off track there. And actually, so did another car. I can't see which car that was. Does look like a move is about to happen here. Be easy to let them through. Oh, that is Fahad Ghafoor making it past there.
Yeah, quite a bit of back markers. The beauty of GT racing, really, these sort of endurance racing, is trying to do the same lap time when you have to lap people. That's just the case of it. You always, because of the length of it, you always have to have back markers. And, you know, that's what the factory teams look at. They look at drivers who aren't just quick over a single lap. They've got to be good through traffic. Likewise, if you're getting lapped, trying to let someone through without losing too much time is also a bit of a skill.
It is indeed. The most important thing about this is that you always have to be predictable with your moves, because if you end up as the back marker and you do something that a person trying to overtake you isn't able to read, could cause a major incident for everyone involved.
Yeah, exactly.
See there, Ristofani actually quite close behind Marco Wong, closing the gap there. That was quite a bit over 10 seconds between these two cars when we left them earlier, but it looks like Rialto has closed the gap. I think that's because, did Marco go into the pits earlier? I might not have seen it.
Not sure.
It does seem like he has went into the pit because Fadi Rama is now comfortably ahead of both of these cars. Yeah, Marco definitely went into the pits to reset his stint for this final stretch, and that allowed Ristofani to catch up with him.
Wow, this is going to be a good battle now. Because the Ristofani, they finished first in round 2. They finished on the podium here in round 3. Round 1 will be the drop score round. This team is going to come into its own as far as the championship fight happens.
Time will tell exactly how far they'll be able to go, but the signs are looking good for them right now. It's coming up to Marco Wong, trying to mount attack. Tentatively, still in P3. This would be a nice battle to see. Marco Wong, of course, quite new to the ERGP scene. Team, at least. The question is, will the Ferrari be able to make enough time in the corners to catch up to the BMW that will out accelerate on straights? And one thing I noticed about these BMWs is that when you look at it from the rear, you can hardly tell it's a BMW.
Yeah, that is true.
Marco does have to contend with some traffic. Gives Ristofani a bit of time to catch up. Another BMW just in front of him, holding them up.
BMW is super quick on a straight line. You can see you just come to the end of the straight, just pulls away. So BOP really suiting them very well at the moment.
I'm not entirely sure if the team of Marco Wong here, their car is actually serving any battlers. It doesn't seem like it is, because it's still very, very quick.
Yeah, I think top 3 teams all don't have success battlers, so they're looking pretty good.
So it's up to
there we have Ristofani in shot right now. She looks pretty calm.
And the thing about Kyalami here, there seems to be a lot of long-winded curves and lots of straights. And Shaquille serving a drive-through penalty for an incident. I'm not sure what happened there, but he will have to serve it on his next lap. While Marco Wong trying to make it past the back marker here.
This is actually going to be a really intriguing part of the race. The last pit stops are just starting. We've seen a couple cars already going to the pit lane. Some of them have gone really long with the pit stops. So people like Rahmat, Mokawar, will be probably pitting with about half an hour to go. If you look at the top there, there's 52 minutes to go. And if you go, if you manage to go with these long stints, means you only have to put in less fuel in the pit stop, which means you might be able to take a risk and not change tires, maybe do a really short stop. So someone in the top 3 does that, we could see the order of the top 3 change quite drastically.
For now, though, this battle between Marco and Ristofani is getting a bit intense. Marco actually able to clear the pack already, but Ristofani hasn't yet been able to do so. We have to see when these cars will give way. Oh, going a bit wide there. Coming in to the final straight. Just has to clear one more car and then he's back into the battle. Slowly. It's kind of funny because when I think of Ferrari back then, I would usually think of Ferraris as having really good acceleration and handling. Just a better overall car, but the BMWs really have come into their own on this track.
Yeah. Well, once you have that, the BOP was just recently done in-game. In SRO did it, because we just had the 9 hours of Kyalami. But, so we followed the in-game BOP, but sometimes it's hard to get it right. And sometimes, they do the best they can, but they can't always get it right. And sometimes that's where ERGP as an organizer comes in and tries to make it fairer. I think for this round, decided not to do it because Kyalami was just recently held and we felt the in-game BOP should have been equal. But no, it definitely wasn't, I think. Also, if you go some of the other leaderboards online, you can see the BMW is very quick as well. So it's easy to say in hindsight, but in hindsight, maybe the BMW should have had a bit of ballast this weekend.
Hindsight is 2020, but the choices we make just carry over, and we just get to see the fruits of our labor right now. You can see a battle here. Seems Riskio and Edwin Lau having a bit of a jostle here. Even though they're not in the same class, they're still in the same car, same class of car, I should say. So it does seem like it might be a little bit competitive, maybe a little bit of a tussling there. Riskio going a bit wide there, hopefully to let him through. This is a battle for position, of course.
Yeah, tussling is the right word.
And just behind him, Felix Zhang is also trying to mount an attack. Will he be able to make it stick this time and hopefully not catch penalty? Ooh.
Very close.
Felix might make an attack. He already made it pass over Riskio here. Oh, is he able to get past? No, he's caught the drive-through penalty. I think he may have caused a bit of incident there.
Oh dear, maybe track limits.
Yeah, you have to be very careful of the track limits here. If you just go slightly over, it might be a done deal for you.
That's so true, man. I mean, Kyalami, you can find a bit of time going outside of the white lines. So I think with ACC, you get 3 off-track warnings, and if you do a 4th one, then you get a drive-through. And track limits are handled by in-game. So nothing we can do about that. If you get a track limits, that's it. You got a big penalty to serve.
Trying to find times, but maybe just not finding them in the right places is Felix right now, as he'll need to extend his lead as much as he can before he enters the pits to serve that penalty. Let me pass Edwin here. Yeah, there he goes into the pits, and that leaves him down again. Riskio making another pass after him. So now he has to restart that battle all over again.
Yeah, well, he's going to lose a good 25 seconds, so that's going to put him out of touch for that battle for 14th decision overall. But all these drivers, I think they're quite used to it. Sometimes these things happen. You just have to put it out of your mind and just focus on the next corner, and then the next corner after that, and just drive as fast as you can.
As of now, he is still P5 in his class, so I don't think he really has anything to worry about there. Does seem to want to make more headway but hopefully he doesn't push the limits too far this time. As we go back here to Ristofani and Marco Wong, who are jostling. Marco Wong actually set the fastest lap on the previous one for 140.59, which is immensely fast. It does mean that he set the fastest lap overall for this entire race.
Of course, he did pit earlier, didn't he? Fadli Rahmat hasn't pitted yet for the last time.
Yeah, his tires are definitely fresher. Ristofani will might also need to pit afterwards because he swapped just before stint limit. Meanwhile here, Nabil actually dropped to P7 earlier. Let Martono through. I think it's because he went into the pits. Not entirely sure.
Yeah, he'd have to do his last pit stop. So Stratos Motorsports has done its last motorsports. It allows Presley Martono and JMX Phantom to get in front of them. But I'm pretty sure JMX have to make one more stop because they're going to have to put Alan Drake Cruz back in that car. So, yeah, I think that will allow Stratos Motorsport back up to 5th position because I think Capano in P5 at the moment, he also has not made his last stop yet.
As it should. We're coming back over Ristofani here. The gap has extended here. Actually, he's gone past Marco Wong. Oh, I think Marco Wong may have dropped out.
Oh, wow, where's he gone?
Oh, might have been. Oh, there he is. He's back. He's back. No idea what happened there. He just disappeared. He did go into the pit lane. I think this is the last pit he did. Oh, he's switching back to Chris Sang. That means
okay, so is it possible that this is a scheduled pit stop? And that something happened because we saw Marco Wong leading that race. We assumed he just come for a pit stop. Maybe he made a mistake, and that allowed Fadli Rahmat to get into the lead. And this might be a scheduled stop.
I think it might have been because it wouldn't have made sense for him to drop his lead earlier if that were the case.
Well, let's just go back to Marco Wong because the only other thing it could possibly be is a disconnect.
Oh.
So
it does seem like that might be the case. He's been in the pits for quite a while. The driver, it's finally.
Let's see if he gets out.
Oh, lights are on. Will he be able to pull out? Still
Chris Sang is in the car. No, he's not moving yet.
Oh, this might be the worst stroke of luck you have, especially when you're so late into this race. You can see.
And the car in P2.
Ristofani
just
also coming
pulls
in
in
for the pits.
Oh my gosh! Terrible news for Zed Challenger. I think that's going to drop him out of the top 5, and gosh, maybe that race might even be done.
Yeah.
But great news for the car just in front of him. That's going to give him a whole bunch of points.
Definitely, and you can see Ristofani and Gafoor just about entering the pits right now to serve their final pit stop. Meanwhile, Fadli Rahmat is way out in front, comfortably extending his lead. I think this is their race to win.
Yeah. Wow. So, Fadli Rahmat wasn't looking so good about half an hour ago. Looked like he was struggling for pace, and Z Challenger had got in front of them. But seems it all worked out in the end. Back into the lead for the DAFA AB team. So, yeah, could be going for their first win in eRacing GP Endurance Edition.
We finally have an update. Marco Wong is finally out of the pits. That was an extended amount of time that he spent in there. And as a result of that, he dropped from P2 all the way down to P8 overall, 7th in class. But I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, well, he's not got. I mean, he's lost the lead. He's lost the win, hasn't he? Effective win. Because the pace they had was really looking really good. I don't think anyone's going to catch him.
Right.
Or you never know, right? But it looked very strong for them. So Chris Sang back in the car now. He's going to have to take it home. But yeah, P8 at the moment. What a disappointment for Zed Challenger because, you know, I don't think they've won an Endurance Edition before. Not in the Pro Cat class. So that would have been their first win.
Really unfortunate on their behalf, of course. It just so happens that sometimes it's just not the right day for you. And really there's nothing you can do about that. But regardless, whether you can make the most of a bad situation is entirely up to them, and hopefully they'll be able to do so. You can see here now that the Mario Hasnam is back in the Ferrari, taking over from Mustafa. And he is going to try and carry it back for that P2 spot.
Yeah, looking very good for MPRGP. I mean, first in the previous round, they'd be super happy with second position right now. Yeah, looking like a very strong team.
Flashing Elias trying to get a back marker to give way for them to get past. Make it clean. You can see here, there is a slight jostle here between Riskio and Edwin Law. Again, not in the same class, but still trying to be as competitive to each other as possible. And also ahead in front, we have Fadi Malik and Ilhamul Karim Shakil also tussling a little bit. Again, not in the same class as well. So a lot of these battles are happening. They're battles for overall positions, but not class positions. So I think it's still up to them to make it as competitive as possible.
Yeah, this is the second NPR GP car. Don't know what happened to them in the first stint, but seems like they've been on recovery mode since then. Ferrari does look quite good through here as well. Audi was quite quick here as before as well, but not in Shakil's hands. Shakil not having the same pace as Freddie Malik at the moment.
Yeah, he does seem not to have the Audi completely under control. Although, to be fair to him, he was under a considerable amount of pressure for the past, I want to say 20 laps or so. Because he's always been having drivers on his tail, always having been forced to drive defensively. Probably couldn't settle back into his rhythm once the battle has dusted. And now he's back in another one.
Yeah. I thought maybe he's going to look down the inside of this right-hander, but not going to happen. So he needs to try and stay close here, because if Malik can get the Audi to make a mistake as they come up to the penultimate corner here. No, it looks pretty good there. But if he gets a good exit out of here, there's now on the start-finish straight. Oh, and he's got a really good exit out of there.
Let's see if we can make that pass stick.
Yeah.
Oh, but the Audi can really out-drag it though.
Quite surprising to see how much. Oof.
Oh, he's able to make a stick. Does slide a little bit out of the corner though. Doesn't make the pass stick, and Shakil, having a nice exit out of the corner, ends up taking that position back.
That was a nice move. Almost pulled it off.
Almost pulled it off if it wasn't for the fact that he lost all his grip near the exit and gave Shakil the better exit. But it looks like he's not given up yet. He's about to try again. If he can close the distance just a little bit, he might give it another bash. Ooh, this is a bit intense.
Yeah. So Shakil, he would have seen the Ferrari come barreling down the inside of him, turn one. Oh, and that Ferrari's got a great exit here. Is he going to go down the inside into the hairpin? Thinking about it, no, he decides not to. Oh, Audi goes super late.
Wide. Oh no.
Makes it easy in the end for him.
I think that Shakil may have ended up braking a little bit too late. That does go a little bit wide, and that means that Fadi Malik here secures the position. Meanwhile, Rd3 Cruz is now back in the GMX Phantom BMW, taking over. The question. Rd3 Cruz had a bit of a tumultuous race here today. Especially because at the beginning where he ended up disconnecting and having to restart the game to get back into the race costed him about 2.5 minutes of time. But to make it back into P8 right now and 7th in class, actually pretty good for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4-hour race. You lose 2.5 minutes in the pits. That's your race seriously compromised. And, these are our reigning champions, GMX Phantom. That's why they're running the proud number one. And, you just feel they would have been fighting for the top 3 if they hadn't had that unfortunate disconnect.
Definitely. And while their race was compromised, it doesn't mean that they have given up. They made the best out of it and back into the top half of the grid, I should say. It's very commendable of them, very impressive. And it looks like they'll be on track. Just waiting for the back marker to let them through, making it nice and clean.
Drake Cruz, of course, is driving from Norway, so the ping is quite high on that car, and that might have contributed to the disconnect actually. But very young, up-and-coming driver, promising driver. I think he's, you won't believe this, I think he's 11 years old.
Oh, that is insane, yes.
Yeah, it is insane. Doesn't quite have the pace of his more experienced teammates, but he's really close. And when you consider his age, you know this guy's going to be a force for the coming decades.
Potential is definitely there for such a young and promising talent. Meanwhile, Chris Sang here, still trying his best to make up for lost time. Still in P7. Gap between him and Mohamed Hasbi is quite immense, about 20 seconds split between them. Hasbi even further behind Nabil Azlan there, still in P5. Literally the only car here that hasn't really made any heads or tails, hasn't made much headway. It's just been Ver, which is probably the best case scenario for them.
Be nice to get to the front of the field, see if Hasnam is being able to close the gap down to Fadli Rahmat to the very top.
Oh, I think you just cursed it because there was an incident. Both cars had spun. Wonder with car number 77 there. I think there was a bit of incidents with him and Shakil, and they both spun out. There might have been a bit of contact there.
Wow, fortunately he's got a big gap, I think, to the car behind him. But wow, commentator's curse. I was just saying that Hasnam might be putting some pressure on the leader, and just tripped over a back marker is what it seemed.
Yeah, it looks like. I think Shakil also ended up spinning out in that particular instance. Remains to be seen as to who caused the incident or whether it was just unlucky on both parties. But Hasnam, considering the lead he has over P3, he's fine for now. But that might give a bit of time for the rest to catch up to the field.
Well, the most important thing is that car looks like it's driving straight, because if it picked up big damage and had to go to the pits, oof, that's it. It'd be, yeah, that's it. He was not finishing on the podium. But that car looks like it's still running straight and looks to be A-okay.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they hit any barriers on that particular incident. Looks like they just have a bit of a spin out and hit the runoff a little bit. But other than that, seems to be okay. I think maybe tire degradation could have been a bit more substantial than they would have liked. But regardless, very good recovery from these two. As Alexis Clepano actually goes into the pits.
Yeah, this is for his last pit stop.
With 30 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, so it's quite a long pit stop actually. Well, I mean, a long stint. So his teammate is going to get in the car for just over half an hour. And this, of course, is the Pro-Am car. There he is, Andre Jansen Villanueva in the car. So really good job by the team from Philippines.
Very good for the last stints, P1 in class, having held on to that position for pretty much most of the race, actually. Very good stuff from them.
And of course, Clepano, who just got out of the car, won the Pro-Am class with Alan Drake Cruz. Alan Drake Cruz was the AM driver last year, so I think Clepano knows how to win in the Pro-Am class, and of course Villanueva is the AM driver this year.
So we can see here Nabil Azlan actually, through all of that, especially to what happened to Marco Wong, basically means he got a position for free. He's now in P4.
That's right. I wonder how far Fahad Gaffar's in front of him. Maybe you can click on him, we can see which part of the track he's at.
From what I can see, it's about 30 seconds ahead, I think.
Yeah, about a quarter of the lap, really. Yeah, it looks like it's too far. And then Hasnam, where is he now?
Same lap, another 30 seconds split between him and Gaffar. So that
Fahad
spin,
Ghaffar,
yeah.
Sorry, Fadli Rahmat?
Fadi Rahmat, well clear. I'm well over a lap ahead.
Okay. Yeah, big time. Fadli Rahman actually lapped the whole field up to P3. Only the top three are on the same lap at the moment.
Great race from Dafa AB here, both Ariansa and Rahmat pulling out probably the most consistent performance we've had throughout this entire 4-hour race. So good on them. Great stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, really, really good. They just have to keep it clean. I think, we've seen, right? It's getting dark now. Maybe it's getting a bit harder to see where the other car is. And we saw Hasman just had a trip over a back marker. So that could happen to Rahmat as well. So even though he's in the lead, he really has to keep aware of what's happening around him.
Yeah, you don't want to be fumbling it right at the very end. And just for the record, I probably can swap over to the onboard cam just to see how dark it is actually for these drivers. You can see here, you really don't see that much.
Yeah, but you see more than you think, though, don't you?
Yeah, you definitely do.
Yeah, it's quite surprising. The lights in the GT3 cars are really good. And what they do in real life, it doesn't seem to have done it so much here, is they actually angle the lights at the bottom out, like 45 degrees, so you can see across the apex when you turn into a corner.
Very useful technology, especially when there are no track lights in sight. Meanwhile, Chris Sung here, having to battle throughout traffic, actually passed the back marker already. Still quite a ways off from Villanueva and Mohammad Tasbi. So I think, based on how well the car has been performing, it's a BMW, it should do quite well, but you still only have 30 minutes left, so unless you drive like an absolute madman, this might be where the race is for Z Challenger here.
Yeah, Chris Sung, yeah, they'll be sleeping tonight going, oh, what could have been? We could have taken our first win. Oh, gosh, it's so painful when that happens in sports because you don't sleep for the next week, possibly the next month.
We are down to our final 30 minutes of the race, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sticking around. As you can see here, yeah, Shakil lost another position to Ricky Satria here. His teammate, probably just giving that position away because Satria can carry them forward a bit more. See here. As we go over to P17, Amir Haziq was in the commentator box with me only a few moments ago, is now in the track racing.
Oh, good to see Ammo out there. Do we know what happened in that first stint that dropped him all the way back?
I think there was a bit of an incident. The car ended up spinning near the back and then ended up way at the back of the pack and just couldn't keep up afterwards. Which is unfortunate on their behalf.
Oh, dear.
But regardless, it is up to Ammo to carry them forward as best as he can. Still about 25, 26 seconds down on the next position that Shakil is currently holding. But Shakil does seem to be crumbling a bit under pressure here. He's been at the forefront of a couple of incidents and hasn't been able to hold on to his position for quite a while.
Yeah, it just gets lapped by GMX Phantom.
So we go over here, back to the front of the pack. Fadi Rahmat still a lap ahead. You can see here from the splits, it does seem like top 5 is going to be set in stone. Although saying that now, Mohammad Tasbi in P5 is only about 10 seconds down on Nabil Azlan. He could be making a charge for it right now, as we can take a look.
Yeah, I wonder if he's got enough time. 20 minutes to go? It's possible.
Definitely is, as long as he keeps up this rapid pace, because from what I can see, his lap times are a bit faster than Nabil's here. Nabil, think he's been a bit more gentle with these tires, trying to keep them to last as long as they possibly can, because he's not going to be pitting anymore.
Well, Tasbi just did a 41.2 on the last lap, which is a good lap. If we could go to Nabil Aslan, we'll be able to see what his last lap was.
Last lap was a 41.9.
41? Yeah, 41.9. That's way off. So maybe he's got traffic on that lap. Let's stay on board with him for a bit and see if this next lap is going to go across the finish line is a better lap.
Coming out here, he's currently on a 137. Actually, 4 tenths down on his previous lap. This might be just a bit even slower, 141.9. So I think his tires might be experiencing severe wear, which is why he can't be on pace. But time will tell whether he'll actually manage to keep it up. You can see Mohamed Tasbih, they're just crossing the line as well, 141.3. So he definitely is making a lot of time on Nabil.
Yeah, Tasbih just flying at the moment. You see that sort of thing. Yeah, it'd be nip and tuck. Maybe the 9 seconds could be gone by the time the checkered flag comes. But as we know in motorsport, it's one thing to be faster and to catch up to someone. It's quite another thing to overtake.
Very true indeed, especially in conditions such as these where your tires are not at their peak performance anymore. Any small slip up could mean the end of the race for both drivers if that incident ends up happening. And you don't want to be crashing out this late into the race as well.
I'm loving the zoom camera shot of Nabil in the bottom right because it looks like he's actually racing in the dark.
It's very cool. I like the color. The colors contrast well with the current with the lighting of the track, with the time of day.
Very dramatic.
Yeah. Looks like it could be in a sci-fi movie or something like that.
No.
Meanwhile, we'll go back to Chris Sang here, still making a run for it. I think he's still trying to push his pace. Laps haven't been the best. He hit a 41.4 on his previous run, which is a bit faster than Villanova. It's not quite enough to catch up to Tasbih, I don't think. So you can see here, he did set the Challenger did set the fastest lap of the entire race with 140.59, which still hasn't been broken yet. Closest one would probably be the NPR GP car, which was about a tenth off.
Well, I think 40.5, if I remember from last year, with IGTC, is very, very good lap time. So, you know, it's that Challenger being some serious pace to the race today.
Definitely so, and these drivers are very fast. Meanwhile, you go over to the front of the pack, Fali Rahmat comfortably ahead. I can see here over a minute separates him and Hasnam here, which probably means this race might be done and dusted because his laps have actually been faster than Hasnam's. So it seems he has acclimatized.
Sorry, just saying that he looked, remember we were talking about, he looked a bit uncomfortable when he first got in the car, but now he's halfway through his second stint. He's looking a lot better, isn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely settled into the rhythm. He's known his way around the track now. I think he's pretty good there.
Yeah.
So you round out the back. I'm looking through the grid right now. There doesn't seem to be too many more battles happening. So regardless, this might be how the grid will look near the very end. Which is good on them. You can see tentatively currently on podium Fali Rahmat with Dafa AB. Second place MPRGP in the Ferrari with the Mario Hasnam and Ristofani. Both excellent drivers. Fahad Ghafoor will bring GSR Esports third on the podium, and Chris Sang trying his damnedest to get to as high a position as he possibly could.
Yeah. And just behind them will be the new championship leader, Stratos Motorsports, Nakib and Nabil Aslan, who are in P4. Mohamed Tasbih P5 in the Ferrari with his cousin Jinmas Vilton, who, you know, were running really well in Bathurst as well. We're around at the top 5. And then Villanueva in P6, leading Pro-Am.
for a good majority of the race, I must add, it's been great actually watching them. Very consistent driving, very fast driving. In fact, not too far off the pace of the pro drivers actually.
No, well, Klapano is the pro driver in this partnership, and he's very good. 41.6, I think, was his fastest lap, which is about a second really off the fastest lap the pros are doing.
Yeah, but Villanueva himself not too far off, only about 2/10 down on his previous lap, on the best lap that the car has set. So he's very quick as well.
Well, Villanueva for me is he's not really an AM driver. He's actually quite experienced. I think he's still technically a bronze driver in the rankings, but yeah, he's quick. Look at that pace, 42.2 in the last lap. That's really good for AM.
Just come here, crossing by the gap between Nabil and Tasbih. Actually below 10 seconds now. Tasbih just consistently putting in faster laps than Nabil. Trying his best to manage the tires, I believe. Can't maintain the pace that he wants.
Yeah, the gap now down to 7 seconds. Was it just over 20 minutes to go? I think if he just keeps it clean, should be enough to hang on. But yeah, Tasbih's going to be right on his boot lid by the time we get to the last lap.
Yeah, because as we've seen, we're checking the splits right now. Tasbih has been averaging about 8 to 9 tenths a lap faster than Nabil has been doing. So the gap might be closing a lot quicker than we expect it to. Great news for them. Great news for Amigos Racing Team here. Oh, that was a spin. I think that was one of the back markers. What happened there?
Yeah, it just got a bit wide through the penultimate corner. Ammo calls it the ski slope corner.
Ooh,
because
careful
the
on
apex,
the rejoining.
Because the apex is very, very severe. If you touch the apex, it just throws you into the air.
Yeah, and every spin is worse at night because you have even less time to react to an incident. Luckily, he rejoined the course safely. That was car number 242 driven by Ikram Hussein. Unfortunate, currently stuck in P20, unable to make any more headway. So you go back here.
Track conditions have really got cold, huh? This track was, I think, high 20s earlier on. Now it's down to 17 degrees.
Yeah, I think it peaked at like 30 degrees earlier. Very cold nights here in Kyalami.
Yeah, that's going to mean the drivers going to have to watch out for the tire pressures. If they set the tire pressures too low, they're going to really struggle in these final 20 minutes.
Regardless, I think they're quite happy with the setups that they have. Fadi Rama again slowly extending the lead. About a minute and 5 seconds ahead of Haznam here in the Ferrari. And Haznam again is about 45 seconds in front of Ghafoor. Meanwhile, Nabi Aslan here. Laps still okay on pace for him personally. Tasbih is still keeping up quite quickly. If we can check the gap, less than 6.5 seconds between those two cars. We have 18 minutes and 35 seconds left. Ooh, this might be a bit intense coming up to the final few laps of the race. Let's see here. Chris Sang still trying his best. Probably won't be able to make too much progress because he is currently still stuck in traffic. Their team can still hold the distinction of having the fastest lap around Kyalami for this round. But the podium finish might be out of their hands. Let's see here. See, not too much in terms of battles happening right now, so we're probably going to stick with Fali Rahma here as he sails along to his victory in class and overall for this round.
Maybe you could ride on board for him for a lap.
I shall do just that as we take a look at. Oh, the track is absolutely pitch black right now.
Yeah, coming down turn 1. Pretty much the only place you can overtake. Nice and clean. You don't really want to touch the curb there because it unsettles the car too much.
You can see that now,
Turns through
especially
turns.
a lot of blind corners here as well.
Yeah, yeah. Then through turns 2, 3, and 4.
See a bit of.
Quite a few protests coming in just as we get to the end of the race as well. So people obviously not quite happy. Some people have been hitting each other.
Early on, yes, I noticed a couple of incidents of contact as well. You can see here that these puffs of dirt and grass being kicked up by the back marker in front of him kind of acts like a jump scare for if you're not paying attention.
And this corner is really blind. The turn 10 and 11, the way it tightens in on you, very hard to get the braking just right. And then you go big time severely downhill through turn 12, this flat out corner. And then something called the Crocodiles, turn 13 here. And this left-hander here is a corner, but it's easy flat. And then onto the penultimate corner here, turn 15. And the last corner, turn 16. Pretty much a lap of Kyalami.
Very harrowing indeed, especially in this particular time of day for these cars, because you can see there's a lot of instances where if you're not completely sure about your corner entry, your exit's going to be completely off.
Yeah, and you really need a good balance for these long corners, you know. You get a bit of understeer at the wrong spot, you just bleed a lot of lap time. Especially if you can get some good on-throttle rotation, it can make a big deal.
Currently at 7:49 p.m. Does it normally get this dark at 7:50 p.m.?
Depends on what time of year. I think at this time of year, yes. It probably gets darker earlier this time of year.
Very scary indeed. 15 minutes remaining in the race. I think this is the part where we can safely say all the cars have settled in, except for the battle for P4, because it looks like Tasbi has chopped off another 2 seconds of his gap between him and Nabil Aslan.
Yeah, this is getting really close. Going to come right down to the line. Really good driving by Tasbi there. Just has not given up and been putting some very quick, consistent laps, to be honest. And yeah, it's looking really good.
He does seem to have to contend with a bit of traffic here, but it looks like he won't let it stop him too much. He just comes barreling through right now. I think we'll be staying with him for the duration of this race up until he catches up. If he does, just to see how far he can make it. Let's see here. Any other battles on the other side? Any battles we can look at here? Shaquille and Edwin Law, about a 2.4 second gap between them. Not quite as small to be competitive enough. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like Tasbi is the only one making a charge, trying to close the gap as much as he can. 13 minutes.
Well, let's go on board with him again as he goes through the last corner, because we might be able to see the Stratus Motorsport car in front of him very soon.
Sure, definitely looks like it. Coming up to the final straight. So far, still darkness. Not that far behind actually. They're both on the same straight, as I can see Nabil only just about to enter the team. Oh, there he is. So close.
Oh, you can see him. That really lifts the driver once you can see the car you're chasing. Gives you extra impetus, and you just end up driving even super well, make less mistakes.
Definitely, you can definitely see him just pushing the car up to its absolute limits right now, as fast as he dares take it. You can see here. Oh, going a bit wide there. up some dirt there. I think that was Nabil's car. Might have gone a little bit
Nabil.
wider.
Yeah, that's how hard he's pushing. He knows Tasby's coming. So he's pushing really hard and using every bit of road, even the grass.
So he doesn't end up cutting out too much of the road. Don't want to see him get another penalty, as he's already served one earlier today. Wants to try his very best not to repeat that same mistake. But Tasby just hammering down. Very fast in this Ferrari.
He's getting closer, isn't he? He's under 4 seconds now. 3.8.
They're on the
laps
same
we have?
straight. Probably get another 4 laps, 5 laps maybe out of these. You can see Mohamed Tasby setting a very quick 42.0. Making out about 7 tenths from Nabil for that particular lap. Amazing pressure coming in. I wouldn't be able to describe what Nabil must be feeling right now, knowing that his opponent is just breathing down his neck.
Well, they're both quite experienced drivers now, you know. They've been on the sim world for a few years. Pretty pro-like, I would say. I don't think they're going to make any mistakes.
Lines a bit unsettling, or car being unsettled just a little bit, but he has it completely under control. This is slowly, and it helps that the car is painted bright green, so you can actually see it from much further distance away than you normally could. You can see the just glow in the dark colors. Switch just there, gap narrow even further, 3.4 seconds, below 3.5 seconds now, coming into the final straight. We'll see just how far he can take it. Ferrari, not the fastest on the straights, but damn good on corners. It is commendable for Nabil and Akib to bring the McLaren on this track, because I think they're the most unique car here.
Yeah, it's interesting. No one else likes using McLaren. It seems that everyone's going for Ferrari or the German brands, right? Mercedes, BMW. Actually, no Mercs.
One
Merc.
One Merc, yes. By see here, James Telani here. Only Merc on the field.
I think mostly this year we've seen that. I would say that, I mean, the BLP obviously is meant to equalize, but I think the BMW and the Merc have been the most consistent across all the tracks, I would say. So I'm surprised not many people decided to choose the Mercedes.
Gap has now narrowed below 3 seconds, 2.8. You can almost see it. You're getting inching closer and closer. This Ferrari screaming for blood. Need to be really careful there. Don't want to lose it on the curbs. Don't want to lose it on the exit. Coming out 2.7. Not a big drop. See here, the gap between lap times is still amazing. Meanwhile, out in front, Fali Rahmat having to contend with traffic, but still very comfortably ahead, a lap ahead of the rest of the field here at Kyalami. Oh, what does you can just see from the helicam exactly how big the gap is, which is to say, not very big at all. Coming here again, back to the hood cam. So you need to see this battle happening in real time. We've got about 7 minutes and 40 seconds left. Narrow the gap by 2.4 seconds. Maybe one more lap, maybe 2 more laps would be able to do it.
car looks quite hooked up through these long corners. So the Ferrari is, doesn't seem to have as much understeer as McLaren.
Seems to be very stable. I think could be because the Ferrari has slightly shorter wheelbase.
No, I mean, it could just be that the boys haven't, setup-wise, haven't done as good a job perhaps as Tasby has in Ferrari.
As also, yes, tuning does matter quite a bit as well. The correct setup can make or break your race here. Even with both wheels on the grass, he still feels comfortable pushing it. The gap now just over 2 seconds, maybe a bit less. You do one more lap and get yourself caught in Nabil's toe, maybe you can make a pass happen the next lap. Less than 2 seconds coming up. 6.5 minutes remaining. You can almost smell the McLaren's exhaust.
Yeah.
Crowd, the audience, even the commentators in stunned silence, holding their breath, watching this happen, unfold before their very eyes.
Yep, this is the battle for fourth position in the pro class. Green car just in front, Stratos Motorsports, and they're not quite having the pace right now. I'm a bit surprised how slow the pace in McLaren is. I don't think they've had the pace of the BMWs and the Ferrari today, but the pace seems to be a bigger drop off than expected. So I'm wondering if the colder temperatures have caused the tire pressures to get too low.
Yeah, you kind of worry if it might have been the setup that messed up their race here, the pace here. But the other drivers definitely taking advantage of what could have been a mistake by them. And just to think, like earlier on, maybe this could have been avoided if Stratos didn't end up taking that drive-through penalty earlier.
Yeah, that's true. That's got to be painful. Yeah, 1.1 seconds. Wow, the pace is really good. I think Tasby's got a real chance here.
Less than a second split between the McLaren and the Ferrari. If there's going to be a move, it probably will happen in this very lap. As you can see, they're catching up to their back markers now. Nabil will have to slowly navigate through traffic, so will Tasby, but Tasby might have a cleaner line through.
Well, we need to go back to the leader, because the leader is... there's maybe 2 laps to go. Because the leader, there we are, Fadi Rahman there, further around the lap, going around the hairpin at the top, turn, turn 10.
Car number 69 has just caught a yellow flag. Oh,
Oof.
That's unfortunate. It's so close to the end as well.
Yeah.
It takes solace into the fact that it probably won't affect your race as much as it will for the others.
True.
So we go back here. Yeah, you can see Fadi Rahman comfortably ahead of everyone right now. Probably might crest 100. Probably won't crest. Actually, he will. Definitely will. Looks like he's on track to cross 140 laps total. Meanwhile, at the back though, Tasby and Nabil, bumper to bumper, in the toe.
Yeah, and McLaren doesn't have any acceleration out of the corners.
Yeah, because we've been talking about how the BMWs will probably out-drag any car here. Because the Ferrari doesn't have as much straight line acceleration as probably even the Audis. Oh no! Tasby's made a mistake! Clipped the curb a bit too far on the inside, and I think he may have just lost the battle. He's got 2 more laps to try and make it happen, but I don't think he can make anything happen now, considering how much time he lost clipping that curb.
What a get out of jail free for Stratos Motorsports, because they, you know, they looked very vulnerable. Not only were they slower, they were much slower down the straight as well. So to give the chance of Tasby and Ferrari a real chance of overtaking.
Yeah, Tasby now trying to get close again. Doesn't want to squander another opportunity he might get. We've got about 2 laps left.
Drive through.
Oh no, Haslam caught a drive-through penalty right at the very end of the race. He's lucky enough to be ahead, far enough ahead of Fahad Ghafoor that it probably might not affect his position. But that is a mistake you don't want to be making so late. As we head back here. Tasbi. Again, he wants to be a lot more tidier to these lines now, which probably means he won't catch up to Nabil as much as he would have liked, but the gap is still narrowing. Oh, this is harrowing. They're close. They're so close. Tasbi has about 2 more laps left. He can try before the race is over. We are down to our final 2 minutes of the race. 4 hours. Thank you for sticking around with us the whole time.
We have to go back to the front car though, because the race is about to finish.
Definitely here. Fali Rahman comfortably ahead of everyone else. Over a
Is he on
lap.
his last lap?
Over a lap up.
No.
No. I think he's 30 seconds into his current lap right now. He'll probably reach 140 laps. Should put him comfortably ahead. Hasnam still has to sit and... What's the word I'm looking for? Apply his drive-through penalty? Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Rahman just taking it nice and easy. Doesn't want to be too aggressive. Doesn't want to make any mistakes that could cost valuable seconds to him. Passes the back marker. Meanwhile, you can see Tasmi here. Very close behind. Oh, it's less than 3/10.
Oh, we have to go back to that battle, don't we?
We have to go back, yeah. I just over there, back to the onboard. Slowly breathing down the McLaren's neck. Again, another back marker, which means the McLaren does have to navigate through traffic, giving Tasmi another opportunity to pass. Right there, right up the bumper. Oh, the back marker went off track, trying to give way.
Oh wow, that McLaren, he's going to be very vulnerable to this next right-hander.
So Tasmi doesn't make the same mistake he did. He goes on the inside. Will he make the pass stick? You can see here, quite dark, but Nabil not able to defend the position, goes a bit wide, giving Tasmi the exit that he needs, making that pass stick. And based on the pace of what's going on right now, I don't think Nabil will be able to claw that lead back, which means we can go back to Fali Rahman here on his last lap. 140 laps in total. Outstanding and dominating performance from Dafa AB here.
Yeah, really good move there by Tasbi. Well deserved P4. But you're right, we're on the last lap of the race now. And Rahmat here probably going to take a very well deserved win for Dafa AB.
Him and Dafa Ariana really did their best here. BMW also a very strong car, very strong contender in this particular round. Meanwhile, the Mario Haslam has service penalty, still comfortably in second, so he'll be fine. Fali Rahmat rapidly approaching the finish line here. A well-deserved victory for them. So we go over here, near the final corner. Cheers can be heard. Silent cheers at least. And Nabil Azlan, unfortunate race for him. Couldn't maintain the pace. Tasbi manages to steal 4th place from under his nose right at the very end of the race. Must be disappointing for them, for Stratos Motorsport. Well deserved for Fali Rahman here. As you can see, has them still quite a bit away from the finish line. Still comfortably in second, however. And oh no! Did Ammo just catch a drive-through penalty on the very last lap?
Yeah, he does. We should go back to Villanueva though, as he crosses the line as well. This is the winner in Pro-Am, goes through the penultimate corner. NN Racing, Villanueva with his teammate Alexis Clapano, is across the line, and they are the Pro-Am winners.
Very good showing from them as well, NN Racing here. Doing very well. So at the end of all of that, what an outstanding race from both the Pro and the Pro-Am teams. Here, Dafa AB, Fali Rahman, Dafa Ariana, 1st place in Pro, and Villanueva and Clopano taking first in Pro-Am. Unfortunate for Nabil Aslan, that is just how it goes. So, at the end of the day, these are our current times. Sorry, not times. Current positions on the board. The final finishing positions, at least. In first place, Fadi Rahman here. Defa AB was Defa Adiana. Second place, Demario Hasnam and Ristofani for MRGP in the Ferrari. Fahad Ghafour, third place. Mohammad Tasbi, commendable race up until the very end, taking away fifth place from Stratos Motorsport here. And Villanueva for Pro-Am, first in class. Chris Sang, unfortunately, was on track for a podium finish, but lag issue. Disconnection may have cost him the entire race. Dropped down to P7. Alan Drake Cruz in 8th place. Faris Aksan in 9th, and rounding up the top 10, we have Fadi Malik here. So well done to all these races for round 3. It was a proper good racing we had throughout the day.
Yeah, really good. I think that's the end of round 3. Fantastic. Congratulations, and thank you, Damon. And congratulations to the winners.
Yeah, congratulations. We'll stick around for round 4. There will be a poll to decide what course to run on for the next round, and that is up to the audience to decide. So if you really want to see a specific track, be sure to cast in your votes. Thank you very much, Alex, for keeping me company during my last stint here. I didn't want to do this alone. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for watching. This has been eRGP Endurance Edition, and we will see you for the next round. Bye.